we'll go ahead and do the Factspiration. Let me know when you're ready, Lex. Now that I understand the difficulties faced by player streamers, because I'm also a player streamer, I'm like you. We're like the same now.
Brother?
Except my animated people open and close their mouths and yours don't.
Okay,
But still, we're basically
that's just mean. That's just mean.
But
Wow.
we're the same. But we're the same.
Ouch.
You know.
No,
Like,
I understand that I'm inferior.
Yeah, like I have $20 cash in my wallet right now, and so does Elon Musk. So financially, we're basically the same. See, like so we're the same. Yeah.
Does a man like that even carry cash?
I don't try to think about that man too much. I do have a crush on his alien wife, though. If you watched Witchlight, you would know that. Anyways, all right, here we go. What is your character's guiltiest pleasure? Is it sneaking into the Fire Emblem Monastery and stealing the sugar cubes from their tea set? Who knows? I don't know why we said that particular one, but that's today's Factspiration, and it is brought to you by Celeria Starsinger. She wants to know. What is your character's guiltiest pleasure? I'm sure that won't come back to haunt you. Celeria knows that this is meta knowledge that she would not have in the game to use against you. All right, while you think about that, does somebody want to give us a quick recap of last week's session? I think this might be a pretty easy recap, honestly. Look at that, throwing out them dice. Barnabas slaps his tools down on the counter.
You say it'd be an easy one, but I think last session I wrote the most notes of any session thus far.
Oh shit, you're right, because it was all a recap. It was a recap session. Oh wow, Orion.
Oh wow.
All right,
Wow.
Orion, your boon is that you have to do it now, I guess. Go for it. Unless somebody else wants to try to beat that natty 20. All right, the fight that we're continuing is a good one to have some inspiration, because there's some real sucky things to fail a saving throw against. All right, Orion, take it away.
Alright, well, last time on Red Hand of Doom... Oh gosh, I only remember like the last parts of it. The very beginning is kind of a little bit Oh, okay, now I remember. We survived our battle against Gomek, who was corrupted by the magics of the Red Hand and Retirix. So we took a long rest. And when we came to, Gomek seemed to be fine. I spoke with him a little bit. He said that he will continue resting so he can gather his strength, and will aid us in our battle against the Red Hand. That's good. That's good. So we ended up traveling back to the Lizard Folks' settlement. Unfortunately, Komodo was felled in the battle, so we couldn't bring anything back, but we at least had the stone body of Mezek. It seems like the lizard folk are a little saddened about his situation, but maybe we can do something for him afterward. Well, we're 2 for 2 when it comes to trying to get a lizardfolk ally. Let's try for a third one. And in enters Ragin. I honestly don't know what to say. He is a character, and he is a mountain of a lizardfolk. Hopefully, he will do well by us. It's gonna be a lot of work. So, we traveled back towards the Witchwood and camped outside of its outskirts. Trying to kind of regather ourselves before we have to meet with Queen Starsinger. The next morning, we entered the Witchwoods and started making our way, and then Jert was acting a bit weird. He was kind of pausing, he was looking at the environment a lot more closely. I wouldn't normally say anything against it, but this seemed a little bit more unusual than normal. And that was punctuated by the fact that he actually told us that it was here. Further clarification, it follows. What seems to be a dragon with bubbly, googly eyes that shoots lasers out of its head and burbles a lot of nonsense. And also brings out a bunch of death butterflies. So we're in the middle of that fight, and it's going well. I'm poisoned, I'm blind, and I am hurting all over. So, yeah.
Hurts real good. Yeah, this is bad.
Hurts real good.
You guys are hurt? Damn.
No, I'm not.
Just Orion just stares at Drellin with the blood coming out of his ears, coming out of his eyes,
bleeding. Like
a little bit of green drool just coming out of his mouth. Just stares at you.
Hey, I mean, I'm fine. I don't know, man. They suck. They're like stormtroopers. They just can't hit.
Oh dear.
I also got a lot of info about.
Yeah. I'm gonna need all them recaps on plot and lore, Mr. Nat 20 recap.
All right, since we're actually bringing this, Mr. Voice in the Sky.
Oh,
As I scroll over to the map of Elsir Vale. So, apparently we have learned that the Red Hand have set up headquarters over by the Old Road Inn. It is being commanded by Bloodlord Harvick Karn. We have not met this Bloodlord, so don't know what he's about. However, what we do know is that he is partnered with some kind of Red Dragon Manticore hybrid thing called... And I put this in red text, and it sometimes is a little bit hard to read, but I think that is Thuriax, the Burning King. Yeah, that sounds like fun. Let's see. In Red Rock, apparently they have a bunch of Hill Giant Rangers. Hopefully they are not of the A5E version, otherwise we are fucked. Over in Elsir Cross, their leader has joined the Red Hand. So there's a traitor in the Vale. A high up traitor, by the way, so that's gonna be fun. Oh, little side notes. It seems Rajin has told Jert about the Lancer's tomb, and that there should be a badass weapon of rest up there, but we could go through the Marth Forest and take a shortcut up there, or travel across the Giant Shield to get there. Who knows? Let's see. Denivar doesn't matter because apparently they don't give a shit about what's going to happen, so they're a non-factor. Prosser, there's an entity called the Drinker of Tears. That's not scary. Hillwatch, and my community of Far Down, which is not that far off from it. Apparently there are these goblin lycanthrope creatures called Bagres, and they've just been causing havoc. Fun times. In Doth, there is an entity called the Skull Jester, and I swear I've heard of something like this before in like a children's, well, I don't know if I would say children's, but in like, it's like a book with pictures that I've seen before. I think there was a mention of something called the Joker, who would just go around causing crimes and spraying gas in people's faces and making them smile and laugh to death. Seems very similar. Hammerfest Holds, that's actually really bad because there are war singers, and we've dealt with one war singer, and that was not fun. Actually, we didn't deal with them. We had to let him go because otherwise we all would have died. Apparently there's a bunch of them in Hammerfest Hold, and they are just causing a muck / making a civil war of the dwarves down there. And in the Thorn Waste, honestly, I don't give any craps about the Ghost Lord, but apparently there is a Blood Lord named Ulwai who is down there, and she has, well, I guess not so much she, but the Red Hand have coerced the Ghost Lord into making undead troops for them. So that's going to be an issue. Yeah, things got worse. All in the span of one night. Thanks, Barnabas.
Okay.
Is that worthy of the Nat 20?
yes. Take your DM inspiration. Take your DM inspiration. All right. Does anybody want to answer the factspiration? What is your character's guiltiest pleasure? Barnabas declaring his interest. All right, going once.
Roll.
Oh. Okay, going twice. All right. Guiltiest pleasure sold to Barnabas Benoit. What is your guiltiest pleasure?
It doesn't happen every day, but when I have the time, shower, bath, shower. You know, because like we do a lot of venturing, and you want to take a bath, but baths are gross, so you got to shower first. So you shower before the bath, and then when you're getting out, you got like all the soap scum and stuff, so you got to shower after. It's just not a very efficient use of water, but it's what he likes. That's his personal care routine.
Fair. It's good that the other characters don't know that you have access to a full bathroom and shower.
They don't need to know that. Okay. He's just mysteriously clean.
Fair enough. Prestidigitation, that's how you do it. All right. Okay. You may ask the same question of any NPC that you've met previously during the game.
All right. What's Raijin's dirty pleasure?
I don't know if that would actually be appropriate for the stream.
Okay.
Raijin's dirty pleasure. Okay. Raijin's dirty pleasure is listening to sad elven poetry. That's his guilty pleasure.
Okay.
Yeah. If there's any
scandalous.
Yep. He likes to feel a wide range of emotions, and since he's generally a pretty happy guy, it takes some real heavy stuff to make him feel sadness. But yeah, that's kind of his guilty pleasure is deliberately making himself sad by listening to. And if it's delivered by a waifish elf who looks like they're about to fall over from consumption while they read the sad poetry, that's pretty much just chef's kiss.
Well, we just got a new layer to Raijin. That was good.
He's like an onion.
He's definitely
a very bulky onion.
It's definitely an onion for sure. All right. Real quick, I had posted some optional rules. Cause I just suck. I'm the worst. We should just play raw 5e, and I apologize. But it's also who I am, and it's what defines me. So I've been over in the Pathfinder land for the last few weeks. I'm going to stay in the Pathfinder land despite, I don't know, the Avengers defeating Thanos and us, like, managing to not, like, I don't even know. I can't even begin to talk about how wild January has been regarding Dungeons & Dragons. Anyways, while I'm over there, I'm finding things that are, like, just better. Now, admittedly, there's things that are worse, but there are things that are better. And those things that I would like to try in our games, and I did discuss this with resident fear monger, Raidriar, is revised frightened. So currently the frightened condition, you have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of your fear is within line of sight, which every part of that is badly designed. It's just badly designed. Literally, you could close your eyes raw, I guess, and just not be afraid anymore. Or you could go around a corner, and even though you know the monster is there, you're not scared anymore. It's the dumbest shit in the whole world. Then you add on to the fact that it doesn't in any way impact DC saving throw based spellcasters. It really isn't that punishing to ranged attackers. Other than them having some disadvantage, they can still actually take their turn. It's very obvious that it is written to punish melee-based characters who are already outclassed by everyone in this system. Period. So I never really liked it. The creature can't willingly move any closer to a source of fear. So it's real bad. It's good if you are using it for crowd control on monsters, but there are so many other ways to crowd control monsters. And then, by changing it to the new one. Anyways, here's the new one. With the new fear, you're gripped by fear, but you struggle to control your nerves. The frightened condition always includes a value. Generally, that value is equal to the creature's proficiency bonus. You take a status penalty equal to the value to all of your checks and DCs. That also includes your armor class, because your armor class is the difficulty to hit you. So it is technically a DC. Unless specified otherwise, at the end of each of your turns, the value of your frightened condition decreases by 1 because you're goddamn heroes and you're getting over the fear. That doesn't mean that it can't be re-upped. So if you got fear layered on again, that bigger number would overwrite the smaller number. But they don't stack, so if you had fear 2 and you got another fear 2, you wouldn't have fear 4. You just take the biggest number that's applied to you. I think that is much better because it affects everyone and everything in an equal way. Nobody wants their armor class reduced. Spellcasters don't want their DCs reduced, and so on and so forth. And it still allows you complete player agency when you're in a scary fight without just being like, wow, this is a cool dragon fight. I guess I'll stand here doing nothing, trying to throw stuff, I guess. I don't know. So this at least gives you the chance. Like, yeah, you're going to be penalized to everything, but is it really that bad? I don't know. We'll find out in play. But I did speak with Ark about it in case it was too impactful to Ark's character build and what they wanted. So we're going to see how it goes. I personally think for this campaign, it will be very beneficial to you guys to not get your melee options shut down by fear. My high level game, everyone's immune to fear anyway, so it doesn't matter. And then certainly my Curse of Strahd games, this will probably prevent a lot of TPKs because, yeah, they don't really have good ways of mitigating stuff like fear. All right, so then there are these.
Just
oh,
clarification again. So, example: creature has proficiency bonus of 4.
Mhm.
There's a saving throw. You fail a saving throw. You get fear for 4 turns. At the
essentially, yeah.
At the end of your turn, it goes down by 1 to like 3.
Mm-hmm.
If you fail that save, it just goes back to 4 again.
Well, a good example is a dragon. A dragon can, as part of its multi-attack, use its fear aura. So if you fail, and now you have fear 4 from the dragon, your turn comes up, you make your fear go down by 1, then the dragon's turn comes back up, and it fears you again, you would need to make a new save, and if you failed it, your fear would go back up to 4.
Okay.
So it's essentially keeping that fear going at the higher level.
You always lose
And-
one
and
every
like-
round with
And
no
like,
save.
yeah, and like you
Yeah.
said, this is similar to temp HP. You always take the max number that comes in instead of
You do not stack it though. You do not stack it. Yep.
So how is this going to work for my character specifically? I have to ask. Are we still going to stick with the exhaustion we're using instead?
Essentially, yeah, you would be taking exhaustion to make a successful saving throw against fear, right? So if we talked about you did not want to have fear, so you essentially have an indomitable for fear effect, but by choosing the indomitable to, say, hey, no, I passed the save,
Take
the
exhaustion.
penalty is exhaustion. Yep.
All right, cool.
All right, so then there was also minor actions. So a lot of people praise the 3-action economy of Pathfinder, having played it for 2 weeks now and read about it. It's really fucking good. I wanted to create something that would allow people who don't have things to do with their bonus actions or don't need to move in around or need some more flexibility to give them something else to do with their turns. They're not waiting for their whole turn to come, taking 1 shot with their bow or 2 shots with their bow and then saying, I'm done. Now, A5E has provided tons of options for bonus actions, reactions, moves, all that. So we kind of already have that in place. This just provides a handful of other options as well. Wednesday, we tried out stuff that involved rolling dice. It was tedious as fuck. I'm not going to run any games where you are rolling dice for such little gains. So I removed everything that had to do with essentially rolling dice. But to quickly run you guys through these things, you could generate a minor action by trading in an action, a move, and or a bonus action. So you can also trade in your haste action for a minor action. So the things that minor actions can do, if you use a minor action for the rest of your turn, your allies do not count as difficult terrain, which could be pretty handy in a cramped environment. Interact, you gain an additional interact action. So you get 1 interact action for free in 5th edition. So you open the door with your interact, you take a shot with your bow, and now the door's stuck open. Well, no. Now you could use your bonus action and trade that in to close the door, or your move action for a minor action and close the door. Take cover. Technically, everyone's supposed to be taking cover. Nobody uses cover in 5e because there's so many abilities that just come up that say, I ignore cover, blah, blah, blah. We've been using cover in this campaign, but this is a minor action that reminds everyone that you really are taking cover, essentially. So instead of just passively hoping for cover, this is telling everyone I am deliberately trying to get or increase my cover. So something to keep in mind. The only enemies you face so far that ignore cover are hobgoblin sharpshooters. Everything else that you fought in this whole campaign would have to respect cover for you. Help up. If you are next to an adjacent ally and they are prone, as long as they're not 2 sizes larger than you and their speed is not 0, you can use a minor action to remove the prone condition. Step. Assuming your speed is not 0, you may move 5 feet using one of your available movement types. So it's just a little bit of extra movement. Keep in mind that any abilities like aim don't want you to take any movement, so that we would not be able to do that if you use the aim action. Recall, make a knowledge check to learn about a monster in the environment. We already allow this with a bonus action when people, remember to do it. I will honor this. If you do use bonus actions to make knowledge checks, especially if you are looking for particular things about the monster, I will, set the DC, and then depending on what the information is, if you make the check, you will receive that information. All right. Let's see. That includes weaknesses and resistances and that sort of stuff. Let's see. Struggle. You can attempt to escape from a grapple or restraining effect, but you do so at disadvantage. If you fail this attempt by 5 or more, you cannot attempt to struggle again this round. But it gives you 1 extra chance to get out of restraint or grapple. You may have noticed by now, I like monsters that eat people. So one of the parts of eating a person is to grapple them and then eat them. People who design monsters for 5e, one of the things that they do to make monsters strong is to give them auto grapple as part of their attack. So you're gonna constantly be dealing with this stuff. Having another opportunity to escape from that grapple, not a bad thing. Because they're just gonna grab you again anyways. Bolster. You can cheer, jeer, prod, poke, lift up, or in some manner inspire or influence an ally to do better. Choose one ally that you can see or hear within 30 feet. They must be able to see or hear you, and their next roll for attack, ability, or save is made with a +1 bonus. Because bolster is the name of the ability, a person can only ever benefit from a bolster once. So once you've bolstered someone, another person cannot also bolster that person until they make that first roll. They cannot choose what they use the roll on. It's the next roll that they make. No checks required, no dice required. You just decide to do this, and you can't benefit yourself. You can only benefit your allies. And the range is pretty limited too, so it's still good, but it's not super good, and it's only a +1 bonus. But sometimes, as you've seen with Succeed at Cost, a small number does make a difference. Lower guard, you invite enemies to attack you by granting advantage to all attacks made against you. This cannot be used at the same time that you are benefiting from a dodge action. So basically, you lower your guard on purpose, hoping that the monsters will be more likely to attack you. We use very beefy critical hits, so obviously if there's a better chance of getting a critical hit, monsters are going to try and hit the person that is granting advantage. That sort of stuff will factor into the AI script, I guess, of monsters and whether or not they attack certain people. Marking. So barely anyone is remembering to do marking. I don't think any of us were doing marking correctly per the DMG option. Rereading it, it's very strong. It's way stronger than you thought it was. So I've decided to make it a minor action. So after successfully hitting a foe, you can use a minor action to mark that creature. And what that means is until the end of your next turn, any opportunity attack against you you make against them is at advantage. And this is the part that I think a lot of people forgot, myself included, playing as Eddie Vincent. The opportunity attack doesn't expend your reaction. So you actually still had your reaction if you made an opportunity attack. I don't know if it just never came up in play or if enough people weren't doing it, but I feel like if we made mark a more active thing that you had to remember to use, and it might actually get used. So yeah, we've moved mark to be a minor action. And then finally, tumble through and overrun are abilities that let you move through an enemy space. You can normally do those as a bonus action, but you can also now do them as minor actions. Any questions about those? Nope. All right, these are all opt-in. If this is too much and too complicated and you don't want to worry about it, that's fine. No one here is allowed to pressure any of the other players to use these things if they don't want to. Do not make them feel like they are wasting their action economy if they decide they don't want to spend their unused bonus action, their unused move on one of these actions. Maybe they're tired. Maybe they're tired of all these dumb house rules and they just want to play some regular fucking Dungeons and Dragons. Leave them alone. But they are there to use, and I will probably have monsters use them. Because that will add even more variety to combat and give them more things to do.
Can you create a post with the list of the new rules?
You mean like a
in-game?
like a Google document that's got them all, or do you want like a journal entry?
I think a journal entry would be nice.
Okay, all right. I will put it in player resources. Hold on.
I have one question about
Sure.
the step one, which is like when it says assuming your speed is not 0, does that mean like restrained or paralyzed? or
Correct.
something?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
But it's not if you use up your movement speed. Like if you
So,
go your full 30 feet, you can
Listen. I'm immersed in the Pathfinder culture now. They clarify fucking everything. So obviously you couldn't move 5 feet if your speed was 0, but I still have to put it there so that it's very plain that this doesn't somehow give you magical 5 foot of movement that you wouldn't normally have. That's why that's listed.
Right. But you can use your full movement and then use this to go an extra 5 feet.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. All right. So I have pasted that in, and I will share this with everybody. All right. Everyone is now observer of the minor actions document, which came in with terrible formatting, but we got to play some D&D now, so let's do it. All right. With all that taken care of, I'll take you back over to the map where you're enjoying a rousing battle against
Jarrett's backstory.
Jarrett's backstory. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Dirt. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm
All
sorry.
right.
I'm not sorry.
There you go. Let's see.
They couldn't be cute little fairies.
There's butterflies. Is it cute? Do you get cuter than that?
That's pretty
Mhm.
close.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you got a point.
Okay. Turn that off. Turn this on. Jam
You know
that in the
butterflies
background.
taste with their feet.
Start this over.
I imagine that got a front row seat to that lesson.
Yep.
All right. We left off with Thanlin. You're up.
Can you unpause the game?
Oh, sure.
All right. So since I started my turn within the butterflies, do I have to make a saving throw, or did I already make that last time?
Great question. Great question. Let's see. Weight of wings. Inner space occupied by them has their speed reduced by half and must succeed on a DC. Both effects end when you don't share a space. If you succeed on the saving throw, you are not blinded. Interesting. They don't really say a creature in a space. I'm gonna say, yeah. Give me a fresh saving throw. Unless you succeeded already on the saving throw against the blind. Did you already? You said you already succeeded.
I think I did. That's
Okay.
why I'm
Then yeah.
asking.
So you're just slowed while you're in the space.
Okay. Jared, you're good, right, buddy?
Or not? Sorry, not slowed. Your speed is reduced by half. Slowed would be a totally different thing.
Okay.
Shirt cannot hear you over the screeching sounds of this
Yeah.
creature.
Oh God.
But yeah, you do need to give me a charisma save against the Jabberwocky's aura, though.
Oh shit.
Is that even if you make it, you're not immune? You just every turn need to make
It's
it.
every turn.
Oof! Yikes!
Okay, 17 is pretty good, but it's not enough.
Oh
How's
no!
the sea at a cost?
Oh, okay. Let's see. You gain exhaustion, but you have well rested.
Oh, that's right. Oh thank God.
How do you still have well rested? When was the last time you slept in a settlement?
New
It was
Jacks?
right. Or
New
yeah, the
Jets.
new jets.
Oh, okay. That's right. That's right. All right.
That screech is
gonna
a little
do?
loud.
Oh,
All right.
sorry. I'll turn it down.
I'm gonna get out of the swarm. Gonna
Okay.
have to look to Ragiar and just tell him to You good, buddy? You know what? Never mind. You're good. He's gonna attack the Jabberwock. That is it. That's like my max. So use that.
Ooh. All right.
Second attack.
Oh, that's a 17, but you have a flank from Jerk. Is that right? So that would be a 19. 19 would hit. Okay. All right, and a 32 definitely hits.
And keep in mind all of it is half because it's not magical.
Gotcha.
I cannot. No, Orion's too far away. He's going to use Gaze of Conviction as a bonus action on the Jabberwock.
All right, you stare down a creature that you can see within 30 feet. It must make a wisdom saving fail. It's compelled to attack only you. All right. Let's see. Ooh, it's got a very bad wisdom, so I think it will probably fail this. Here we go. Yep. It will only attack you.
Okay, got 10 more faces left. Drellin's going to move back 10 feet this way.
Okay. As you move away, the creature will attack you with its claws. Unless you have something that's mitigating its opportunity attacks.
No.
Okay. Let's see. For some reason... it looks like it's not giving it... Oh, there we go. Okay. Here we go.
Ooh, that's not good. Probably should have talked about this first, because if I remember correctly, he got his eye beams back at the.
He did. Yeah. He did.
Yes.
Alright, but he attacks and causes a complication and falls prone.
Oh. Nice.
Alright.
At the very least, it can only shoot at me with the eye beam, so you guys are good.
Not sure of that logic, but alright. Alright, and that's your turn?
I'm gonna pass to Jerk.
Alright, it's gonna steal.
I'm gonna use one of my DM inspirations because
Okay.
he's in it next to me. I'm gonna get eye beams.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna get out of the way.
Yep.
Wait, Thalen said it could only be used against him.
Nah,
Yeah.
no.
That's not how that works. It's like a 10-foot wide beam.
I believe actually,
Wow,
in fact,
guys.
I'm
It
the
can
only
still-
person it also.
It can target him, but then it'll just scorch anything beside him.
Yeah.
Wow, guys. Wow.
Yes.
Alright.
Wow.
Alright.
Alright.
Claude just
Okay.
looks at you and just is like, I'm on fire right now.
What's the
Okay.
save?
Oh, the save is charisma based. You should be fine. Oh, never mind. Alright.
I rolled a 2 and a 4 on these.
Go ahead and give me a D4 to see what you do.
Cool. 3.
A 3. You are thirsty again. Your whole mummy life, you've been dried out, but today, of all days, you're the thirstiest you've ever been. You must grab something and drink it. What else you got on you?
Man. I got like the last bits of a sack lunch. I assume I'll drink that.
I'm gonna actually be a little strict on this. I need you to drink a liquid consumable for me.
I don't believe I have one.
Stick your lance in the sack lunch, blender it up, and then drink.
Damn, you've got not. Oh wow. Okay, then you will.
I was stretching for that one.
Let's see. Then you will use your movement to start looking for something to drink. It's your move and actions to go and find something to drink.
All right.
There's a guy right here. He might have something for you to drink.
Yeah.
Okay.
What you got?
Danlin, do you have
Really?
do you have anything obvious on your person, like a potion bandolier or something?
Okay, I'm gonna be fair about this. I have nothing. Wait, no, I have a water skin.
All right. I guess Rager, you reach for Thanlin's water skin. Thanlin, do you try to stop him from grabbing your water skin? That's like, strapped to your backpack or whatever.
I tell him what the hell is he doing and try to smack him away. Like, no, focus on the damn jabberwock.
The monstrous Dracolich will steal it from you anyways.
All right.
And then we'll down it
Interact
with-
and drink, sure. What do you do with your bonus action? Because that is not impacted by this strange madness.
It's a pound. Not much.
But,
But
now you have minor actions you could cash in
Right.
for.
That's right. Well, what Rager will do as he's looking over and drinking with one arm, which probably looks like the most terrifying Gatorade super commercial you've ever seen. And he's gonna cast Hex on the Jabberwock himself.
That works. All right, so there's got 2 different hexes on him now. All right. Oh, also, Jert, I found out why your stuff was broken. You were grabbing Rage from Convenient Effects, I think, instead of the one that we use in the game, the token one. So that's why it was screwed up.
Yeah, it's like it was put onto my top right of my screen or whatever, but I was like, I have the thing in my right click text.
All right.
Yeah, it was up there when I added the class feature. I guess it just copied it over.
Radriar, downing the stolen water skin, you cast Hex on the creature. What would you like to do with the rest of... who would you pass to at this point?
Well, he can't steal because he's gonna hit him.
Correct.
So who are you passing to? Jert? Yeah, let's only give it to Jert.
All right. Jert, give me Charisma saving throw.
Yeah, but here we go. This isn't good. And I already used my Intrepid. Do I have a DM Inspiration? I do. I'm going to spend it. I'm probably not going to make this save. Oh, wow.
All right. You may act normally this turn.
Hell yeah. All right. Jarrett widens his stance, grabs his weapons, and makes 3 attacks. Reckless.
Okay.
Actually, I don't need to be reckless. He's prone right now, huh?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm not going to be reckless. I'm just going to smack him. 1, 2, 3.
Ooh. All right. All right. Let's see. Okay. 25 and 26 both hit.
Excellent. They aren't thrown, so they just do the listed damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Okay.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to use Mark.
Okay.
With if he gets up and runs after Thanlin like he's supposed to, or he might. I mean, he might I-beam, but if he gets up and runs after Thanlin, then I'll get a free attack.
Okay.
All right. I think that's it for me.
Okay, then he will try to steal? Question mark. All right. He gets his 5 Paragon actions back.
I think he was out, right? Because he didn't use any.
Yep, he was out. Yep. So he is going to use half his speed to stand up from prone.
Only that provoked.
Right. I think enough stuff provokes opportunity
Yeah,
attacks.
for sure.
Yeah. All right. He is going to.
Oh boy.
He's
smart.
gonna leap over here.
Yeah.
And let's see. Radriar, Thanlin lied to you. He said that it wouldn't hit you. And then it is going to.
Sorry, buddy, I tried.
Oh, jeez.
Where would be an even better place to stand? Because then he might be able to get even more people. Oh, all right. Let's see. I'm not a creature with such a weapon, so I'm going to try a couple of things here so we can make sure this guy's getting the most bang for his buck. All right.
Ooh, hold on though. It's
really,
the ability says it must make as many attacks as it can against him.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, then he would have to use his multi-attack.
Yep.
That's unfortunate. All right.
Thanks.
Okay. Then it will move to there because it can reach him with all of his attacks.
Why would
And let's see. All right. Okay. Danlin, here is the first attack against you. With the tail. Let's see. That is going to definitely miss. Here is the second attack against you. And here is the third attack against you. All right, you take all 3 of them, no problem. And I think for its... let's see, didn't need to use its bonus action for anything. Yeah, it's pretty happy where it is. I don't think it has anything it needs to do with its bonus action. All right, then its turn is over. It will pass to... It will go ahead and pass to Barnabas.
All right.
All right.
From where I am really excited about minor actions because I'm gonna look over at Orion. I'm gonna say, "You're gonna be okay. Hang in there," and I bolster him.
Okay.
Don't taunt him. I'm not gonna taunt her. Are you insane?
No, Fanley over here.
Oh, right,
Mr. High
Right.
AC.
Yeah, right. Okay, so from here, I'm gonna try to get away from the butterflies. So I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and then from here, I am going to fire 2 Eldritch Blasts up at my hexed target over there. Number 1, I am rolling terribly.
Okay.
I started off last session bad. Okay, this is gonna be it. This is what's gonna hit. Okay, making up for lost time. So that's a crit, so I'm gonna double my hex damage as well, or not double, but max out and nice. So that's an additional 10 hex damage. So we have 19, 29 plus Genie's Wrath for an additional 3, 32 damage. If it takes fire damage.
It is resistant to fire damage, but it does take all of that damage though.
I suppose that's the least of my worries. Okay. I've used all of my action economy. Let's see who's left. I think it's just Layla and Orion. Orion, you want to get out of there?
Very much so.
Yeah, pass him to Orion.
All right. As you go to pass to Orion, the creature is going to use a Paragon action. It is going to use a Paragon action to... let's see... Alright. It's going to use a Paragon action to have these butterflies move towards Orion. That seems pretty good. Actually, no. It is going to... Yeah, it's going to move.
Crap.
Provoking opportunity attacks from Jert and from Raidriar.
Sick. So this is for free unit advantage from Mark, right?
Yeah,
Sick.
and it won't count
Alright.
against your reaction.
Hell yeah. Oh my god, that's a crit.
Beautiful.
Since I crit, I am just gonna pump all my damage and do it.
All right.
I'm gonna actually now...
Raidriar, by the time you would attack, it would be not in a flanking position, so that would 17 would not hit. Because you would have attacked it, I guess, as it moved out of your space. So no, I guess you would still get it from Raijen. So yeah, that also hits. All right.
And the
Alright.
crit dice are assumed to be maxed, right?
Yes, crit dice
Okay,
are
so
maxed.
then I'm gonna spend with my actual reaction, using my trained accuracy, to dump both of my wisdom points to add 3d6 plus 18 on the crit.
All right, beautiful.
So an extra 30 damage.
Nice.
All right.
And,
Jert, anything
mhm.
else in your attack?
That's it. That's all. Everything and my reaction. Completely done.
You drop it to 0.
Oh shit.
Oh shit!
What? Which triggers its phase transition.
Oh god.
Oh,
Yes.
man.
It strips out of all of its status effects. Each of you may spend 1 hit die, if you'd like, to recover some hit points.
Yes, please.
Wish I could. I don't need to.
Same
All
here.
right. Radriar, you hit it after the phase transition, so it does take that damage, and then it continues moving with its Paragon away from you.
And so
And,
tries to like hamstring this thing, and it just gets up again. Oh shit!
and then it's gonna move. I guess is it two? It's not two sizes larger than Raijin, so it can't move into Raijin's space. Sure. It will provoke an attack from Thanlin as well as it moves away from Thanlin.
Oh, this is bad.
Do I want to use my reaction for this though?
Okay, then hold on to your reaction.
I'll
All
save
right.
it.
Now play goes to. Ooh, actually, yeah, this is a pretty good spot. He's got everybody covered. We'll move there. There we go. All right, Orion, you're up.
Cool. So what kicks in first? Poison, the blind, or this jabbering motherfucker?
They're all at the start of your turn, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's
All right,
see.
one at a time. What's with the blind stuff?
All right, so you would not be blind anymore because you're not in the space with the butterflies, so that would be gone.
All right, deleted.
And the poison is an ongoing poison status, I believe. So you don't worry about that until like the end of your turn. Okay. So now give me a charisma save to see how your mind is affected. This is also for Claude. You both need to give them.
Yeah. My charisma. Fuck. I'm just gonna roll it.
Okay. Oof. All right. Give me a D4 to see what happens.
There goes your bolster.
Let's see. A 2. You are going to wander. Roll a D8, and you'll move your full speed. Then use your action to dash, in that direction. All right. You're going to the bottom left of your monitor,
Oh, thank God.
and you are. Let's see. Hold on. Before you move, are you within range? Oh, definitely not. Okay. So yeah, you head out. Okay. You can use your bonus action though, but that would be the end of your turn, and then Claude could go.
I don't think I really have any specific bonus actions that let's see. From the minor action stuff. No, everyone's too far now. Yeah, no, everyone's too far. I got nothing. Alright, that's it for Orion.
Okay. Orion, who do you pass to? Oh wait, sorry, Claude
yeah,
needs to go,
Claude.
and then you need to pass. So give me a charisma save from Claude. 3. Claude is thirsty.
Oh wait, no, that was his ferocity, which is.
Oh, that's ferocity.
Yeah,
okay.
that goes at the start of his start of our turns, and then here's a charisma save.
I just saw a D4, and I thought we were already there. Ooh, 17 is not enough, Claude. All right. So
If I succeed at a cost, that hits Orion. I'll take it.
oh, okay. Here is your cost.
Oh wait, no, sorry. I'll take the effect. So.
Oh, you'll take the effect. So you are in fact thirsty. I don't think Claude carries anything to drink on him, but there are some gourds full of liquid on this guy.
Fun. All right, Claude's just gonna go for one of the gourds.
All right, sweet. I will roll to see which one you grab.
Hopefully not the alchemist fire.
All right. You know what? I probably it's too late. I don't want to make a table in the middle of battle. So you need to make a Constitution saving throw, Claude.
Ow.
Oh, Claude. It's a little bitter, with a sweet aftertaste. You are not drunk. You are feeling very good. Here's your boon.
Oh my god, did he drink that stuff he told us last time? He did. Oh no.
All right. You may now use a bonus action, Claude, if you have one.
All right. Also, Claude's on fire. So what is that? D10.
Oh yeah, yeah, D10. You could roll it for yourself if you would like. All right, 2 points of fire damage. Hot on the outside, but also a little hot on the inside from that spicy alcohol.
That's not a hot pocket.
Yeah.
Okay, and then he doesn't have spells. Oh, he regains a hit die. Damn it. All right.
Okay.
All right, and then bonus action, he's going to use Give Me a Roar to bolster Orion and give him some temp HP, and then I'll pass to Layla.
Okay, sounds good. As you pass to Layla, the creature is up. Let's see. I don't use V3 Giphy Glyph movement, so he would have to make a decision now about what he does. He's still got that breath, I-beam in the tank. He could do that, but he'd still have to wait till the end of his next turn to try and recharge it. But is he in a position where he can nuke a ton of dudes from where he's standing? Not really. Alright. In that case, he is going to activate his butterflies, and he will have them move to... let's see... Who's squishy? He'll have him move over to... you two right there. Since they have been activated, I'll take away their no reaction. And then they will make an attack, one against Thanlin and one against Raedriar. Alright, here we go. Let's see. Here's the first bite. They're really just crit fishing at this point. And then this is for Raedriar. Alright, so 13 and 10, neither of them work. Raedriar and Thanlin, you guys need to give me dexterity saving throws, I believe, to avoid being blinded as the creature is in your space with you. Alright, so Thanlin, you are not going to be blinded by the butterflies, using your weapon and movement to try to get them away from you. And Raedriar, you're tired of this bullshit. You're definitely not getting blinded by them. You and up to 2 allies may use the reaction to move up to 20 feet, and this movement will not cause opportunity attacks.
That's huge.
I'm so happy
I
I saved my reaction.
I'm gonna move. I think I'm gonna move Jerk and then.
Thank you. I would like to move. I'm going to move out of this so I don't have to make the save at the start of my turn.
Sounds smart.
Marcus, you got charisma. You're fine.
I don't have charisma. I have negative charisma.
Oh, that is correct.
Do keep in mind, Thanlin, that movement in the thing is essentially difficult terrain. So if any of the spaces you move through the swarm will count as 2 spaces.
Damn. You know what? There's I'll move towards Jabberwocky.
Oh, hell yeah. Alright. Layla, you're up.
Oh, quick question. The poisoned, is that the end of my turn?
Yes, you get to make saves at the end of your turn.
Is it con?
Against the poison. It is con.
Okay.
Oh.
Wow, these ones.
Alright, only a flesh wound. A companion who has been downed is not as badly injured as the first appeared. I don't think we have any downed combatants right now. Alright, let's keep going.
Okay, so I am just at the edge of the aura, so I'll make my charisma save.
Alrighty.
Oh, what do I spend my action doing?
Give me a D4 and we'll find out.
Let's see, D4. There you go.
Alright, a 2. Give me a D8. You will wander. Using a move and an action dash. You will also head to the bottom left of your screen.
So I kind of then I blink and I'm suddenly down. And I'm like, oh, Ryan, what are you? Get back in the. Oh, wait.
And now you gotta
What are you doing?
now you action dash towards the bottom left of your screen. And then you just have a bonus action left to end your turn.
Let's see. Bonus action left in my turn. Before we do that thing I was thinking of, so I'm gonna look at these new actions. Give me a second.
Drellin turns to Rageon. Is it just me or are our allies leaving?
Ragear continues to drink and holds up a finger.
Yeah.
The whole combat doing this.
I'll just try to bolster Orion. Get back in the fight.
Orion.
You get back in the fight.
Orion, you are bolstered. Okay. Who do you pass to, Layla?
I do take a D10 fire damage as well.
Oh,
as I'm
all right.
running.
Go ahead and roll. Yeah, roll it on
As
yourself.
I'm running, I'm like on fire.
Very nice. Very nice.
And I think I only have one person to pass to, so take it away, Raijin. End our round.
Oh, right. I got to remove all these cuties from the initiative. These butterflies. All right. It's a shame you didn't kill all the butterflies because he would have been able to spawn replacements for them as part of his phase transition. Oh wow. Okay, so you're passing to Raijin. As you pass to Raijin, the creature is going to use its action, its Paragon action, and let's see. It's a lot going on here. Yeah. It is going to go ahead and do a wing attack. I need everybody within 10 feet of it to give me a dexterity saving throw. This will also include its allies, the butterflies.
I'm so happy we have a paladin.
Holy shit, y'all. Alright. Here's another boon for Radyar. Recover. You lose 1 level of exhaustion, or gain the well-rested status, or gain 5 plus APL temp HP. Alright, I'll let you decide on that. Let's see. I need Claude to roll a dexterity save as well.
He did 21.
Oh, he did 21? Okay, so... let's see. So just Radyar and the butterflies are dealing with this. Essentially, it, like Dragon do, it started beating its wings, and it does a very soft amount of damage here. I guess not really soft. To nearby units, 13 bludgeoning damage. Butterflies take half because it's bludgeoning. This boy take the full amount. And then it can move up to half its speed if it is so inclined, but that movement will still provoke opportunity attacks. Let's see. I think it is going to move to here. Yeah, it's Messenger. There we go. All right. So it'll move to there, which I think will provoke from Raijin. Raijin will go ahead and he will attack it with. Let's see. It was a melee with him. Yeah. He's going to use this deliberate bite. See if he hits.
Shoot.
Oh, he actually has to hit with it first. Hold on. So he will make a bite attack.
Made with advantage.
Let's see. This attack is made with advantage, so he gets a critical hit, which deals an additional 13 damage and restrains it, so it cannot escape. All right.
So,
Yeah, I was about to say that was a clutch moment to pull out Sentinel feat, but you know what? This works too. This is exact.
is that 2D of his also maxed out from the crit?
Nope. That is specifically says an additional damage.
Okay.
Yep. Oh wait, hold on. Let's see. This attack is made with advantage and on a hit. Anything that says on a hit, that means that you've already dealt with the hit, and now you're adding that extra shit on.
Gotcha.
Yep. It's the bane of all the psionic classes, is that they have to add their psionic dice after the hit is made. I don't know. I think it's how they intended all bonus dice to be, but they didn't have the wording down until Tasha's when that shit came out. Okay, so it is stuck in place as he clamps down his jaws on it. All right, and it is his turn. So while he has it restrained, he is going to take out his spear, and I guess he will just stab it over and over again. With his 3 melee attacks here. Yeah, that sounds good. But he's got to make his charisma save first. There we go.
I mean, he's got an insanely high charisma, right?
He does. So does your paladin, but it doesn't mean that on a d20 you can.
Yeah, you can always roll a 2.
Exactly. He rolled a 3. He would have failed. So all right, he can act normally. Here we go. These are 3 with advantage. 1, 2, 3.
Ooh,
all
yikes.
right. 17. He does not have a flank from anybody on it. Unfortunately, that does not hit. A 22 hits and a 22 hits. And then, as a bonus action, oh, he does that as a reaction. Nice. Okay. All right. As a bonus action, he will bolster Raedriar. So he'll say, "Hey, Mummy Grandpa, get your shit together!" And you get a +1. All right. And then he will pass to Mummy Grandpa going into the next round. As he goes to pass to Mummy Grandpa, the Jabberwock is going to turn its full attention on this obnoxious lizard because it does not like the fact that it is biting him on the ass. So it is going to use a tail attack on him. A 20 is going to hit. He has to... Oh, as a bonus action, he can shove. Can't use a bonus action on a Paragon. So, Raija just takes 6 points of damage. All right. You are up, Raedriar.
All right. He will finally put in the water skin snarl.
But will he? Charisma saving throw.
God.
Okay. 24 is enough.
I saw the 4.
Oh, sorry, 25 because you were a bolster. 25.
Yeah,
okay.
That's right. He will get his shit together, and he is going to rear up the new weapon that Barnabas gave from both of his arms. And he is going to ram it downwards as it is consumed in his arm into its back. Well, he's having to hit 23.
That is going to hit.
Alright, and then we're going to roll Hex damage. Another 1 necrotic.
Alright.
And then he'll swing again. For another 27 for 16 slashing.
Very nice.
And then another Hex. And then he will smite on top of it.
Now, you paladin aficionados might be wondering, why would he smite now and not save it for a crit? Ark is so skilled, he knows that he might not get another chance to hit this monster. So that is why he is doing this. Not to call you out, but yeah.
Be absolutely correct.
All right.
So we got 11, 17. A crazy high number, right?
All right.
Attacks. I'm sure you've got it.
Anything else from Raedriar?
Bonus action. He is going to look over at Thanwin. No, you're in a good spot. He is going to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Ooh,
nice.
Okay. What does your spiritual weapon look like?
The spiritual weapon of Raedriar is a sickly dragon talon that is on the edge of a bone that, apart from itself, looks like a long glaive as well. But anyone that is trained in medicine will realize that it is a single claw that is withered and decayed.
Okay. Let me go ahead and give you access to a spiritual weapon. Did it work? Let's see. It says you're the owner. There we go. All right. So this is a shifting token. I don't know if I have that exact thing. But you can certainly, you can certainly look through and see what what
No
appeals
worries.
to you. All right.
Lastly, I need a saving throw. It would have been on the first hit, but I
Okay.
hit anyways in the second strike against the, fear.
Oh, and that's wisdom based, right? All right. Oh, the creature is very much affected. So he gains fear 2. Which...
Fear 3?
Oh, because you're proficient most of 3. You're right. Okay. So be fear 3.
So all of his DCs are down by 3. His AC is down by 3, which I don't know if that helps the spiritual weapon hit.
There we go. Yeah, his AC would go down by 3. Spiritual weapon would then actually hit, and he takes a 9.
All right, and I believe another hex damage.
Mm-hmm.
And there we go. Another 12 damage from the spiritual weapon.
Very good turn. All right. Anything else from Radar?
I assume it's going to steal.
It's for sure gonna steal. Yeah. All right. And it will steal. And as it steals, its fear will go down at the end of its turn. It's got a -3 to its attacks right now. Raijin it's going to be its target. It is going to use its multi-attack on him, I think. As much as he would like to try and kill him with a fiery gaze, I think that's... he'll just attack him. Alright, here we go. Let's see, we'll do a tail attack. And then we've got Rend and Rend. Alright, so the tail attack is going to hit, and then he will use a bonus action to shove, so he will push... oh, I think he still has to make the shove attempt, yeah. So he might not, because this dude's pretty beefy. So...
no, I think he's restrained still, right? So I'm
oh yeah, these would be a disadvantage. Right? Yeah, these are disadvantage. So let's see...
so I don't know Raijin's AC, I just wanted to say.
He is totally naked, as been described.
Yeah. I kind of figured.
So let's see. He gets hit with a 14 because -3. He takes the 12 damage. Then it tries to shove him. That is a 13. Raijin has he has a trained athletics.
Oh no.
So he ain't going nowhere. And then the follow-up attacks are a 12, but then also a 22. And Raijin, who is naked as the day is long, his armor class is, let's see, as a lizard folk of his size, 13. So him's good. Against the second attack. Third attack does hit for 29 damage. Raijin is bloodied.
Oh no.
Alright. But he refuses to let go. And it lets out a defiant scream, unable to escape. Okay, it gets its 5 paragons back, but Raijin is gonna steal. He is not gonna let go. He is gonna make a charisma saving throw to see if he can act on his turn. An 18 is what you need. So he will just stab it 3 times. 1 and 2 and 3. Its fear has gone down by 1, so now its fear is only a 2. Which I think I go that away to lower the fear. I think I did that right. Alright, so his 3 attacks are a 26, a 22, and a 10. So those second 2 are going to hit. Whew. Alright, and he will maintain the grapple. And he will pass to Orion.
Oh, okay. Get some ferocity. Let's see. Right. Oh, D10 because of fire damage.
And to be beneficial to teammates, since he didn't move, he'll use his movement for a bolster action. He'll use his bonus action for a bolster action on Radriar. So, Radriar and Danlin, you both get a bolster from Raijin. So, +1 on your next roll.
Let's go.
Alright, I think... Orion's gonna move up some, so he can Chosen Quarry onto the Jabberwock.
Okay.
Ryan's gonna shoot at Jabberwock, and Claude's gonna go after the butterflies.
Okay. Claude's going to make a charisma saving throw against the aura from the
That is
Jabberwock.
correct.
Give me a D4, Claude. 3. Claude is thirsty. He is going to, I guess, try to eat another gourd
Yep.
from Raijin's belt. Alrighty, here we go. Alright. What hit dice does Claude use?
He uses
D8?
a D8.
D8. Okay. Then he recovers 12 health from eating Raijin's healing potion.
Oh. Alright. Well, that's all that he's gonna do. Orion's gonna take a shot at the Jabberwock.
Okay. And Orion, this is your first roll in a while, right? So this is a +1. 25 is going to hit. What damage am I looking at? The everything except
Chosen Quarry and Flamethrower, everything except for the poison, because that's what
Okay.
I used.
it is resistant to fire, but the others are hitting. Okay.
And that is it for us. We'll pass to Jert.
As you go to pass to Jert, let's see. The Jabberwock is going to, I guess, point blank fire its eye lasers into Raijin.
No.
Because he does not like being unable to move. Restraint is horrible. I mean, if you were the Jabberwock, I think you'd do the same thing. Just saying.
God, third lizard folk, man. Come on.
We have a bad track record.
Listen, none of you guys like him anyway.
Damn.
I mean,
Damn.
he was gonna grow on us.
Yeah, he was.
Okay. Well, let's see. The other option would be to have these butterflies go over and eat him alive. And then he'd have his breath weapon free to nuke you guys. You know what? We'll do that. Alright, so he'll activate these butterflies. They will fly over, land on him, and right away he has to make a dex save to avoid being blinded by the butterflies. Probably should have remembered to do that the last time I had them attack, because then they could get advantage. So here is his dex save. Alright. Let's see. Oh, Ryan, you are no longer poisoned. He is blinded. The butterflies are attacking with advantage. Here we go.
Holy fuck.
Please, 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 please. Oh, no.
21 is going to hit. He's got to make the con save against the poison. So he is also poisoned, and they begin to devour him. He drops to 0.
Somebody heal.
All right, that frees the Jabberwock from its restraint. And I guess it would be your turn, Jert.
All right. I'm gonna start with a bonus action. Just let me go get my reaction. Druid's going to switch his grip on his weapons for ranged attacks, and we're going to bonus action Hunter's Mark.
Okay. Ooh, so listen, if it used its eye beams while it was under the new frightened condition, the saving throw against the breath wound would be lowered, and this hasn't come up because nobody's failed by that margin, but technically its confusion aura is going to be less than it was before, because it affects everything about a creature when you're frightened.
Stand a chance.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm saying you got a chance, Marbus. I'm saying you got a chance.
I got you.
And then we're just going to make 3 thrown attacks.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
Shit.
Nice.
Someone's
All right.
angry.
All 3 hit because of the fear, the lowering its AC.
Then it also takes this.
How does it die?
Oh shit!
Nice.
Hell yeah!
Good word, bud.
Thanks. So Jert, after he uses that opportunity to step back out of the range of its burbling, he takes a deep breath, refocuses on the last time he encountered this creature, spins the axe and sword in his hand, and throws it through as it decapitates the jabberwocky. And then they cross over and return to his hands.
Beautiful. All right.
No, be dead, please.
The head goes flying. The creature's body begins to swing wildly at everything around it. Its tail lashing. The butterflies scatter. Their swarms being disrupted. And it dies.
There's a sigh of relief where Jert's standing.
Quick, take a limb before it disappears. You think I'm joking? I'm serious.
All right.
Get to harvesting.
So that's it. We just end combat.
Unless there's anything else for us to
I
fight.
don't know, DM. This is on you. Do we end
Oh
combat?
no. This is an evil genie trick question. It's on you. Do we end combat?
Wait. Someone has to bring up.
Oh.
Someone has to bring him up.
Oh.
Otherwise, he's dead.
Oh, fuck.
Oh. Okay. So I guess we'll stay in combat real quick.
Yeah.
Jerk, you pass to.
Rage. Oh,
I'll pass to Rager.
All right, Rachel.
Oh, he already went actually, so I'll pass to
Okay.
yeah, I
Layla.
was about to say.
All right, Layla. Oh no, his life is in your hands, Layla, who's still on fire, by the way. So here's your D10.
Show him how we do doctoring around here.
Oh no.
10 points of fire damage to Layla.
Oh, that's a lot. That's so hot. All I can concentrate on is the fire, unfortunately, and
Would you? All
trying
right.
to put it out, which is
Give
a
me a
dex
dex
save, right?
Yeah, give me a dex save. Yep.
Yes.
God damn it.
You are still on fire. I guess we're not leaving
Right.
combat anytime soon.
I need help.
All right.
Well, there's still butterflies. It's still flapping
my
about.
God.
I couldn't see you, so you step into
I can
range
get
and Jert's
him.
like, oh, she's on fire. That's not good.
Just pass it to me.
There's
I can
all this
save him.
free movement around the board. We're still in combat, people. Let me put on combat music appropriate for what I am
Those,
seeing on the board. Hold on.
Are those butterflies still active, or did they die as well?
I
Okay.
think they disperse.
Okay.
All right, so Layla, on your turn, everyone's trying to rush you, and I'm so sorry. Layla, you take 10 points of fire damage. You use your action to try to put yourself out. You still have a movement and a bonus action.
Oh,
What would you
I
like to
used
do?
my movement to get up next to Orion. And,
Oh, okay.
And he can see how bad the flames have gotten, and I'm just saying, help me put these out.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right.
You know, I don't know what else is going on, obviously, and we'll pass it to reliable Barnabas.
You guys
good-natured
really want
soul.
this man dead?
All right,
My
Barnabas,
God.
play passes to you. What would you like to do with your turn?
I see the situation. I sigh, and I can't. I have to expend resources to get here, but I'm gonna move forward. I'm gonna Misty Step to Raigen's side, and as I draw, some magical genie juice into a syringe, I'm like, God, I hope you don't make me regret this, and I cast Cure Wounds on him.
Okay. All right.
Oh, wait, you wouldn't be able to do that because you missed a step.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
Oh, dang.
Do I have something to heal him with?
I guess.
I don't have any health potions.
Oh my god.
All
Wait,
right.
how many death saves does he get? I don't know.
He gets 3. I mean, I was having the butterflies leave, but now I'm not sure. They got this big fat boy to eat. I don't know.
What do I have? I don't have anything for this crap. Thanlin?
Hey, you passed the Thanlin.
I looked at Thanlin desperately.
Why is everyone always going to me for this shit?
You're the only one left.
Try a medicine check.
Okay, fuck it.
Oh.
Jesus.
God damn it, part of it.
Could have told me that a minute sooner.
Wait, you Misty Step. Couldn't you have just walked?
No, I was 45 feet away.
Yeah,
Oh,
was
okay.
too far away.
I'm gonna medicine check to stabilize him.
All right, give me a medicine check.
Okay, Dan.
I'd like to say that I used my bolster on Thanlin. That was me
All
yelling
right,
at him.
all right. Thanlin, you managed to scatter the remaining butterflies that are feasting upon his eyes, mucous membranes, and blood, and they all flip you the bird as they fly off. And Layla is still technically on fire. Claude's still technically on fire.
Yeah.
All right,
Jeez.
so who do you play pass play to?
Pass to Layla.
Wait,
All right,
pass to me,
Layla.
pass to me.
Was I supposed to?
Layla, here's your D10 damage. 8 more fire damage.
Brutal, Thanlin. Brutal.
Yeah, you're just like, hey, you're on fire.
Wow.
Take some more of that.
So Layla, what would you like to do?
I'm so confused.
I'm bolstering Orion by screaming in his face, "Help me put these flames out!"
I would help you if they had passed to me.
And then I'm
All
gonna.
right, Dan,
I'm sorry.
you want to use your action to try to make a dex save? All right, you're still on fire.
God.
Maybe for the rest of your life. I don't know.
And I'm like moving slightly closer to everyone else so
So
they
you're
can
just
see me
running
and trying
around,
to get to me. But they're all distracted
screaming and
trying to
running on
save
fire?
this fat guy.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, how does
Oh,
it feel?
God.
How does it feel that they prioritize saving this guy's life over yours? I don't know.
Yeah,
That-
yeah. Well, I'm gonna pass to Orion.
Okay, Orion.
Thank you. I run over
Claude.
to Layla. I use my action to attempt to put her out.
All right, Claude, you take 7 points of fire damage. No one's trying to
Yes.
put you out either, buddy.
I am so sorry. No one clarified that this was still an ongoing problem.
Alright, so I use my action to assist Layla. Does that automatically trigger now or later on her next turn?
Use a medicine check successfully. You're trained in medicine to make this thing.
I'm not trained in medicine.
And you can't help somebody with a saving throw using the medicine skill. You read it. Those are trained actions.
Oh, well, I'm not trained in medicine. That's the thing.
Yeah. So here you go. In our house rules, if you're trained, you can use an action to give advantage to their next saving throw to remove an ongoing spell, but you have to be trained in medicine to do it.
Okay, so then...
You could just bolster her so she has a +1.
Oh, so okay. I thought I could use my action to help. Okay, all right.
No.
Bonus action. I'll bolster.
Well,
Layla.
hold on. Let me read it. Let me read the after effect of the I-beams to see. All right.
I just want to clarify. I can't see Layla on my screen because of the walls. So, just saying.
Okay. So this ongoing fire, oh my god, it's really bad. Okay. Alright. Let's see. You take the start of your turns. Oh, you're right, Larry. You are right, Orion. Any creature can end this by using its action to make a dexterity check. You can make a dexterity check. Okay. So go ahead and give me, we'll say this would be sleight of hand, probably, to smack out all of the stuff. Oh my god!
Wow, that I don't know if that's good or bad.
No, it's real bad.
Wow. Okay, I'm done.
You punch her in the face.
That's like what 4 or 5 nat ones I rolled just for this combat.
So you're chasing her around, and you guys swap places because you're trying to put the fire out, and she's running away from you as you're trying to put the fire out very poorly.
All right.
Okay.
On Claude's turn, he has to make use his action to make a save.
Yes, unless he wants to try a sleight of hand, I guess, to pat himself out.
What the?
Because that was for Raijin, that 5? Okay.
No.
All right,
Oh, that's
Claude's
not.
still on
Oh,
fire.
okay.
That shouldn't exist.
Alright. So Claude's still on fire. Cool. Alright, Orion, who do you pass to?
I'll pass to Barnabas.
All right, Barnabas.
Oh,
to you.
What do I do? I guess I'm gonna help Claude because Raijin's stable, right?
Sure.
What do I do for Claude?
You would do, since you're assisting, it would be a raw dexterity ability, or it would be a dexterity sleight of hand to basically pad out the flames and try to put them out.
Okay. Just gonna check real quick to see if I have anything else. Maybe some bullshit. I don't have any bullshit.
Sasha
Okay.
gives us proficiency and sleight of hand.
There we go. There's the bullshit we were looking for.
So it's at least it's gonna be your dex plus your proficiency. Okay. Honestly, making it a lot worse here.
What the fuck is going on?
Okay. Barnabas, what else you got?
Pass it. God, just pass to me.
I bolster Thanlin and I pass to him.
Okay,
I swear to
Thanlin. Bolster
God, if I have
Thanlin,
to-
you're up.
If I have to do everything.
Somebody
Okay.
just use water, please.
Wait, my water's sitting on.
Ranger has your water skin.
He drunk the whole thing.
Now
I'm
you
so
understand
happy
the
right now.
insidious nature of forcing you
Yeah.
to drink all your liquids.
If you look over, it's all on the floor. It just went right through him. He's a skeleton. It's just fucking. He just drank it
Wet
all.
bones.
Oh, thank God. Okay, fine.
A moist
Fine.
mummy, as it were. A moist mummy. All right.
I'm gonna use sleight hand.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, people.
Oh, okay. That's with a +1, so that is a 14. That is not enough.
Wait, we're training sleight of hand still, because
Oh, you're right. So that would bring it up to a 17, which is pretty close.
to see at a cost.
All right. Here is your cost.
Claude appreciates
Wait,
it.
Oh my god.
Oh, fuck.
Claude very much appreciates it.
So
I hate
the
you guys so much.
So this magical fire leaps from Claude onto Thanlin and begins to consume him instantly, as if his body has been moisturized with gasoline. When all is said and done, he has taken true damage equal to 50% of his current hit points, which is quite a bit. So 30
think
points of
that's-
damage.
yeah, that's 30.
All right.
points. I'll do it. I'll do it.
And then you stop, drop, and roll, and put yourself out. All right. What else you got, Thanlin?
I'm just gonna facepalm and pass the fucking jerk. So
All right, Jert. I'm so sorry that your really cool boss kill against your backstory enemy is being ruined by these clowns. But what would you like to do?
He is panting heavily, just looking
Okay.
at the body, lost in reverie, remembering his time.
Yeah.
So he does nothing.
Okay, fair enough. You're having like a super cool like flashback scene where you're avenging your master and overcoming a lifetime of being hunted and like being fearful and mastering that fear. And then in the background, Layla is running around screaming on fire as Orion chases her, and Thanlin sets himself on fire trying to take care of Claude, while Moist Mummy stands and watches, waiting for his turn to come. All right, Jert, what else you got?
He just moves up beside Rajar and just says, "We did it," and crouches down by the Jabberwock, ignoring the screaming in the background. And
Fair enough.
I'll pass to Moist Mummy.
Okay. Radriar, you are up.
A massive being of fear and undeath will just look down, look around the whole situation. And I don't know if you could hear the wheezed sigh that comes out of Ragiar, but it's there. It's
Okay.
there. And he will howl over to Layla. Star Witch, get over here. Let me protect you. And he will move over into the middle of all of his allies, where a
Yes.
paladin can actually help everyone
Mm-hmm.
on their saves.
Yes.
If only he could move on his turn to position
Okay.
himself to aid his allies in their saves. And he will rear down. And as usual, Ragiar will heal, as he's well known for all of his healing powers.
Okay.
And wake the hell up, the big old bellied man.
Okay. Raijin wakes up, his jaw is snapping. And he says, "I left the money on the nightstand!" Huh? Oh. Hey, did we win, Mummy Grandpa?
at great cost. Looks
Oh,
like
it couldn't have been too bad. That thing was a pushover.
right.
I can imagine him hearing screaming in the background as he
Yeah, like
says
the back of the camera is just. Oh my god.
Rager, pass it here.
Pass it to Raijin.
Okay. There we go. Yeah, just screaming in the background. Okay. Raijin's going to dust himself off, and he's going to look around, and he's going to see Layla burning in the background, and he says, "Well, fuck me! I didn't know she was a wildfire druid!" And he's going to uncork a big gourd full of spring water, and he's going to just drink all of it.
I swear to God, I thought he was gonna pull out a bunch of meat and just go pour some alcohol.
Yeah, I thought like an oil flask. And he was just gonna throw it like.
Gotta help out the wildfire.
He says, "Get over here! Come on! We got work to do!" And he passes to Layla. Layla, you take 9 points of fire.
Nice. Layla screams over at Rager. I'm fucking trying! As she just waits like
There's
fire.
always to be so loud. The battle's over.
Her body.
Can I use my reaction to attempt to slide a hand onto Layla?
As this is as far as she can get, she just collapses and she's just gonna stop, drop, and roll on the fucking dirt. I don't know if it gives her any bonus, but she's trying, man.
You gotta go.
Okay.
Pass it here, please.
Cool.
All right.
Please pass it here.
Pass to me.
Pass it
As
here.
far as I can go.
Wait. So you move, and now you want to take your action to
Stop, drop, and roll.
All right. So either give me a sleight of hand or a dexterity saving throw. You are in Paladin Aura now, I think, so you should be okay.
Okay. I don't know what extra bonus I get, but there you go. As I'm rolling on the ground.
All right. So
How?
that means the next fire will do at least 3 points of damage to you.
How?
Pass
Oh
it
no!
here.
It only lasts till the end of the round. It only lasts till the end of the round. Okay.
Layla, please pass it here.
Okay.
Whoever,
rolling that
you can
one.
Take it. You can take it, Orion. Sure.
All right.
Orion's gonna run over. He's gonna spend a DM inspiration to get advantage on this, and it's gonna make a sleight of hand check with Sasha's proficiency.
Okay.
I can't see. There are tears.
The good thing that it's good that you used. Hey, listen, it's good that you used it because otherwise you would have gotten another complication.
Oh my
Oh.
fucking god!
Christ.
Layla, you might actually die. Like.
Let Damon try. He had better luck at this.
How? How
Does he?
how does
Okay.
this happen?
The man did 30 damage to himself. He has better luck at this. Okay. Sure.
Pass it to Thaylin.
At least I managed somehow. Jesus, people.
+7. I just rolling like shit today. And
You
yes,
you
last
passed to
time.
Thanlin?
Yes, pass it Thaylin.
All right, Thanlin, you're up. Before you go, the fire's gonna use its paragon. No, I'm just kidding. All right, Thanlin.
Yeah, it's a boss monster now.
It becomes a fire elemental.
He walks over, skin burnt. Oh god, not again. He's gonna use sleight of hands on Layla. Stop burning already.
Okay, that is unsuccessful.
No
Is it within CC
way.
at a cost?
It is not.
You guys are just waving blankets over her, and then she's just her hair is burning away.
Orion just
I don't
looks
think a
at
single
Thaylin
person-
talking a big game over here.
Wait. Okay, bonus action, because at this
Okay.
point, I'm just gonna fucking just hold Layla by the shoulders and just be like, it's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna use rally on him.
Bite your dick off if you don't get this fire off of me!
I'm gonna use rally.
Oh, here's some hit points so you can burn longer. What the fuck?
It's all I can do. It's all I can do, okay?
All right, you get 17 temp HP. You're gonna be able to last a long time, Lila.
You know,
All right, who you?
last
It's
session
a
we
slow
were dealing.
roast. Slow roast.
Last session we were dealing about someone scrying on us. If they're scrying on us now, they're getting the best entertainment.
Don't worry, Ghost Lord, we're professionals.
Oh,
Rageyar.
don't worry, the veil is safe. We got it.
Rageyar, you're up.
What the fuck am I gonna do?
You can
Do I look like a
heal.
dexterous person? Ranger will
You can
kneel down.
heal.
His tail will kind of just like lay close and let him have a headrest. And sure, I mean, I can heal her. That's just not gonna help the problem. Here, more flesh to burn. All right, and he'll yeah, I guess he'll sleight of hand it.
Okay.
Oh man, can I command her to stop?
Stop! What? Stop being on fire.
Yeah, I guess so.
You just look at the fire and command it to be out. Like,
Quiet.
Extinguish.
Oh my god. Okay, here. No, just for the comedy of it. Let's go.
All right.
I believe in you.
Yeah. Nope. This is a pretty. This fire is quick.
Oh
it's
my God.
my
it's
God.
slithering all over, just consuming her flesh.
Wait,
I mean,
didn't the
wait.
DC go down? Because
Oh
of
my
frightened?
God, I could have stopped this, I think.
Layla, are you
No, no.
telling me that as a druid, you didn't take your very limited amount of spells that you can memorize each day and memorize water breathing, walk on water, and create water? Come on.
Took water breathing today.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
To me, I think I can fix this.
All right, you get a pass to Barnabas.
I swear to God, if it's to
I
hurt
got
more on
frostbite.
fire.
All right, Barnabas, you do know that if you don't do this, it would be very beneficial for you from a certain lady's perspective.
Is she asking?
I mean, she says, "What are you doing? This is fantastic. This is the best thing that's ever happened."
No. I'm gonna try to prestidigitate the fire, which allows me to snuff out up to a small campfire.
I would say that Layla's about the size of a small campfire at this point.
Hold it up on the ground, burning.
You're telling me you could have done that the whole time?
No one asked.
What? What?
All right. With that, combat ends, and we will take our break early today.
Please,
I
oh my
lost
fucking god.
30 hit points for this.
Wow.
That fire took 32 HP. Yes.
Oh
The
my
the
god.
whole fight, I remain untouched. But this is what did it. Jesus.
You want more HP out of combat than in combat.
Red hand who?
Oh my god. I just
This-
laughed. I just like a month's worth of laughter.
I can tell you were laughing at your hardest too.
Yo, I imagine they're just like they look at the notes that they wrote down, and it's like clause of the veil, kill on sight. Just looks at the paper. It's like, do we really need to exact this? They're gonna do it to themselves.
More like they just updated their notes to like hire more jabberwockies.
Yeah.
Oh man, I almost died laughing so hard. So many nat ones.
I don't know what to say. My rolls have just been shit.
I thought you were trading medicine, honestly.
No.
Oh man.
Alright, I'm also
I should've-
step away.
I should have just intimidated Layla.
give her the eye. Stop being on fire.
Oh my god. Oh, I'll play some break music, my man.
I appreciate you, Thanlin, giving me the initiative first when I couldn't do anything, but giving me the initiative last when I could have saved Raijin.
What was I supposed to? Yo, look. There was a lot of things going on.
Nah, I appreciate it.
We have a burning druid who's been on fire since the beginning of combat. Okay. Oh man. I was so mad he passed it back to Layla right after he got up. Like, no.
I mean, you're
That
just
thing that you
following your
did.
example.
Right?
I'm sorry, I forgot.
All right, I'm back.
All right, we're just waiting for Horanzo and Alexeus 22. Go to start.
So can we say this officially tops the hippo moment?
I mean, that's personal preference. It's personal preference, but this is certainly more dangerous than the hippo.
Fear felt good.
Oh yeah, that was really
Yeah.
good.
It just feels more, I don't know, it just feels more useful, but also at the same time, somehow less restrictive.
Yeah, it's just a debuff that you don't have to constantly like, oh wait, never mind, I gotta undo my whole turn because I actually can't do that. Never mind.
Right.
It also makes it more impactful if we're the ones who has fear on us.
For sure. I've had some really great encounters where like the cool barbarian or the the melee fighter or melee rogue or whatever, they just fucking jerk off the whole fight because like what else are they gonna do? Like they're not allowed to get close to the monster. Like that's the least heroic thing ever. You know?
Yeah, I really like the DC alteration too, like affecting the breath effect or the aura. That's really cool.
Yeah. So I read today because everything has combat applications in Pathfinder 2. So the all of the skills that don't get used in combat actually have feats you can take to use them in combat. So like diplomacy, there's a way to like help someone mitigate fear, for example. Like you're so good at talking people down and like giving them courage that it like reduces the fear effect that's like currently on them or whatever. There's just little things like that throughout the system that are just so thoughtful and impactful. Like they're just like everything should matter everywhere to a certain extent. Like obviously different tiers of play and different pillars of play are going to be impacted differently, but the idea is sure you made this hoity-toity noble diplomat that's being dragged out on adventures by the rest of the party, but they still have some stuff to offer, even in combat, even if you made them a non-combat based character. Like it's just really smart. There's so much smart stuff there. So it's also very comforting to see a lot of the house rules that we've made up and used over the years are just the rules of Pathfinder 2. So all the people that told me like, you guys are basically already playing Pathfinder 2, just with less rules, like it makes sense now. Like yeah, I guess we kind of were in a way because looking at our medicine skill changes, there are trained actions you can take in combat that are based on medicine. That's 100% how the design is in Pathfinder 2. It's like if you're trained in a skill, you can do more things than a normal person can, and there's actual in combat and out of combat applications of those skills. So I don't know. It's very interesting. All right, I think we're gonna get started again. We're all back. So. Due to the nature of the Witchwood, the Jabberwock's body does sort of revert back to sort of natural stuff, kind of like Azarandians did, but the head remains. You could loot the head if you are so inclined.
We can grab the eye, guys.
We're definitely inclined.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so let me swap out the music.
Layla, how you doing? You ready up? You ready for some
I grab your little tiny hands, Barnabas, and
Oh man.
and use my minor action to pull her up.
put both of them in one of mine and go, well, thank you for actually, being capable. Good to see someone here is.
I prestidigitate some of the soot off of her.
Well, I guess I have a new haircut, everyone. Does it look okay? I call it burnt
I grimace.
to a crisp.
I grimace and nod. Very poor deception check.
I mean, Layla, your hair looks burnt as hell. Like, there's like black over here, there.
I glare at Thanlin.
Now, Thanlin, we've all seen the commissioned art. With the amount of hair oil and conditioner that Thanlin uses, I don't think that the 30 points of fire damage that you took left your beautiful locks unsinged. So, yeah, it was rough. It was rough. Now the burns left by this living fire have, of course, left really cool, like kind of almost eldritch patterns behind as these burn marks on your flesh.
I gotta get more fan art then. Damn it.
This is going to need some ointment for sure. Well, I guess I know what I'm doing tonight.
You know, Layla, I know someone, or at least I know I was taught by someone to, like, condition your hair and whatnot. I can help you.
I meant my skin's going to need ointment, so it doesn't continue to be scarred. You think I give a crap what this little hair looks like? Ugh. There's a reason I keep it short. This stuff gets in the way.
Oh, okay. It was just a suggestion.
Raijin looks over at you, finishing off the last of his 64-ounce spring water, and he says, "Hey, if it's any consolation, I think you're hot with or without hair." And he raises a scaly brow at you.
To the topic at hand, then, I know it was just a suggestion. You're supposed to. I need someone in this group that will tease me back.
Oh,
You
that's
look
what you're looking
hilarious.
Thank you, Radriar.
Like a newborn babe.
Singed,
Wiry,
red, and
more
spotted.
pieces.
All right. Your NPCs kind of gather around, and Umegs says, "What the fuck was that thing? It seemed to know you pretty well, Jert. You got any more monsters chasing you? You could have got us all killed. The B team was over there. We were fighting 3 swarms of death butterflies and a giant butterfly." And they all nod because that's exactly what they were doing off camera. And it's really lame because I can't ever tell anyone that story because they won't think it sounds as cool as it actually was.
Jarrett looks down to Orion and says, "I am," and then responds to Umegs, looking back at the B team with kind of an apologetic look. It was a jabberwocky and it was chasing me. Ever since I left the Feywild, I imagine it has been following me. Following us. I never thought it would ever catch up to me. It's been a long time since I felt that kind of fear. But I'm happy that all of us are alright. Thank you, everyone.
You got us now, Jerk. You don't need to run from things like this.
It's dead either way.
Well, we don't know if it's going to come back.
Try not to think about that right now.
Fey creature, yeah.
Yes. It's a Fey Dragon, a dual-type Pokemon.
Let's just appreciate our silver lining, the harvestable parts.
Jert, you feel a firm grip on your shoulder. Looking back, you see Raijin sitting on a boulder, and he says, "Hey, little man, don't feel bad. Why, the same thing would happen if I went back to the southern deserts. The Sultan of the Southern Seas is a little upset about what happened with me and his harem."
Jert smiles and just starts belly laughing.
So, Jet, pet dog is dead. Will it come after you again? Will she send another, or is this one less issue?
He stops himself laughing and looks over to Layla. And I don't know if this was related to Regirix. I met this thing long after the first time I met her. It's likely she will send others, but the way she made it sound is that I'm not the target. She's going after the people I care about, the ones that still remain. But that would detract us from our path, so we forge on.
Right. Our path.
Are you alright?
Oh, yes. It's not the time or place to have another discussion. I'm still uncertain about our path.
Ranger will shoulder over to both of you, and will place a hand on each of your shoulders. Orion, you're smaller. I'm sorry, you get the smaller number. 14 HP to Orion, 15 to Layla.
Thank you.
Ranger, you hear from the back of the crowd, "Hey, looks like you guys are pretty beat. Thinking maybe a short rest is in order, huh?"
No, we have to keep going. May as well get to the civilization in case there's anything else that decides to pop out of these woods.
No, some of you rest. Barnabas is right. We shouldn't let this thing's resources go to waste. And it would probably take an hour to really dig this thing's head out cleanly.
Okay. Give me a knowledge nature or knowledge arcana check to see if you could figure out what would be useful and how best to harvest it from what remains of the creature. Okay.
I have Faxpiration if it wasn't a good roll.
Oh,
Well, I was gonna ask which one did you do, because if it's
well,
nature-
I got a nature from Layla and I got a arcana from Barnabas.
I can give advantage to Layla.
So I'll actually just take two. I'll just take the two rolls that I got, and then it might give you guys different information. Of Barnabas, the teeth could be fashioned, at least the good ones, into arrows or crossbow bolts that would deal an additional 1d6 poison damage after being fired. Give me 2d8. All right, you have identified 13 such teeth that could be harvested. Furthermore, the blood could be harvested, and essentially, it would give you a regeneration potion. You would recover 1d10 hit points at the end of each of your turns for 1 minute. And then Layla, Layla, you realize that the two fangs at the front of the creature's mouth, let's see, both of them are still intact. They could be made into incredibly sharp short swords or scimitars. Those weapons would deal 2d6 base weapon damage instead of 1d6. Holy shit.
Oh my god, great sword scimitar? Hell yeah.
And finally, Layla, there is one intact eyeball. This eyeball could be fashioned into a fireline wand of destruction. This wand requires attunement, but not by a spellcaster. Once per day as an action, you can fire a 120-foot long, 5-foot wide line of fire from the wand. It does quite a bit of damage. well, not quite a bit. It's 68 fire damage. Half as much on a save. If they fail, they are set ablaze. However, this is an incredibly unstable item powered by Fey magic. Every time you use the wand, there's a 25% chance it will explode. The explosion will damage you and any creature within 30 feet. You have to do a dexterity saving throw for 10d8 fire damage on a failed save, half as much on a successful one.
Breathing intensifies.
Yeah, so really nice for a lot of reasons. Not nice for the reason that it does take an attunement slot. And it would take up a lot of your crafting time. It is a pretty time-intensive thing to make.
We don't have a lot of that.
Yeah. All right, but you still have to harvest it. So who's giving me that? I think we've simplified it in this campaign. We just do survival check, right, to harvest it. So I'm gonna need one survival check.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'm good at those.
Oh, okay. All right, are you being assisted at all?
Orion will assist.
Orion will assist?
You don't want me to roll it? I got a +8 to survival.
Let me see. Hold on.
I got +9.
Oh,
I have.
Oh my God.
Okay, well, I only have a +5, but I cannot roll below 10, so that's up to you guys.
But we want the eyes.
Mechanically, obviously Orion's the best choice. Also, Orion has the die, but story-wise, I mean, this is a creature that's been hunting Jurt almost all of his life.
That's why I was like, you can harvest it.
All right, so
we'll
you're gonna
just help out. I'll
right.
provide some harvesting tools.
Cool. Well, Jurt got a natural 20 with assistance from his friends.
Oh, yeah.
And you get all the items I just listed.
Nice.
You see how I sort of led you into a situation where you could have lost that natural 20 if you had been greedy? All right. Cool.
13 teeth.
Hey, Barnabas, would you be able to make some arrows out of those?
Yeah, we can probably make that happen. We haven't really talked about projectiles like that, how long they take to make.
Oh, yeah. Projectiles are pretty quick. I would say each of them would just take 1 hour of one successful crafting check. So, you know.
So you can, in theory, make 2 at a camp?
Yes, correct. Yep.
Okay.
Here, I'm going to be honest with you. It is 600 successful crafting checks to make the wand. Now, obviously, you have 2 assistants that could be working on it as well, and so they could be, making checks towards that to reduce it and all of that. But yeah,
that seems like outside of the written story sort of a goal.
You could reduce the amount of time by half if you were to procure some expensive reagents, but they would essentially be an increment of, I believe it says here, it would be 3,000 gold, would reduce the time to make it by half. Which then you would reduce it even more with your abilities and your allies, and then it might be manageable.
We're still at like 75 checks. It's still a lot.
Yeah, it's still a lot of checks. Yep. Especially when you consider all the other things that you could make. Now, if you found somebody else who was in the business of making magical items, it would certainly have a very high retail value, probably about 3,000 gold. You'd say would be the market value of this eyeball. So it's in your best interest to keep this eyeball in good shape. The eyeball is very big, roughly the size of a basketball.
Oh my! I'm starting to build a collection of these.
Yeah. All right, those of you who are not participating in the harvesting of the creature may take a short rest. If you do so, you may add a D6 if you spend any hit dice because of Song of Rest from your ally, Raijin. Him give everybody an extra 3 hit points if you use a hit die.
Just as a quick thing on the projectiles, is that general? Like we have Yethound teeth, would they fall under the same crafting time, or would
Yeah. We'll say that a magic piece of ammunition, unless we say otherwise, is always a single crafting check to make.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
So Ryan, you might want those, as those were the real good ammo, I think. Especially with Ragear around, because it was
Oh yeah, sorry.
the whole thing with the Yethound Teeth was if the enemy is afraid, they take an additional 2d6 psychic damage.
Mm.
Yeah.
And now you have Fear Paladin, so
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And Fear Fighter.
and Fear Fighter.
I mean, yeah. Whatever you're able to craft from those, I'd appreciate it.
There's a lot in the list, but I will try to get to them soon.
Oh, can somebody give me a D3? That's how many vials of Jabberwock blood you were able to extract from the head during the process. 2. 2 vials. And then let's see. You have the 2 fangs. Oh, and then somebody give me a D6. That's how much Jabberwocky meat you could have if you want to eat Jabberwocky. 4 Jabberwocky rations.
You want to eat this dirt and absorb the power of your enemy?
Okay. Now, clarify again. What exactly do these do?
What, the meat of the Jabberwocky is just
No, what
tastes.
are you
It just
handing in?
tastes weird.
Just tastes weird. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
it tastes like Taco Tuesday.
I mean, your AC Claude's already munching into it.
Oh.
yeah. No, he's not gonna. He's not in for that. Thank you, but you can allow Claude to have that.
So is everyone good? Shall we continue on our way?
Yeah, I'm good.
I am as well.
All right, so you guys are going to continue heading towards the Tiri Kitor, using Team Nature's assorted abilities to do so. All right. Let's see. Let me get you guys some Jabberwocky blood. Man, this feels like one of them items that you are hard-pressed to decide when the right time to use it is, because that's a damn... 1d10 healing at the end of every turn. That means that you can't actually stay at 0 and die, because you drop to 0, and then you end your turn, you pop back up. I like that it's at the end of the turn and not the beginning, though. That's good.
Oh, I was going to say, it's kind of similar like the Troll's Blood, but I think that was at the start of your turns you got a D4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many rounds does that last for?
A minute. The Jabberwocky
God.
blood lasts a minute. Yeah. So again, I'd be stressing about when I would want to use that. So.
And we don't need to do anything to it. It's like the Troll's Blood. Like, it doesn't need to be processed to achieve that effect, or does it need to be...
It'd be cool if it did, but I guess as written, no, you're just drinking that raw ass blood.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
We still have Hydra Blood, which was like superior healing potion, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
We still have that? I thought we used that.
No, we used the Troll's Blood. We just
All
never
right.
made...
So in before somebody with a medicine skill asks, if I administer the Jabberwocky blood with the medicine check, will it always heal 10 at the end of every round? Yes.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god.
I thought that was going to be a no.
Yeah.
No, thinking about it. Yeah.
Let's really make the people who didn't take proficiency in medicine appreciate the people that did. Yeah. All right.
Well,
So,
I can remember to use it.
that's like everyone but Layla.
Hey, listen, druids get like 2 skills.
Yeah,
That's it. Yeah. They're like, you get to turn into a bear. You don't get anything else. And honestly, that's more than enough.
Wow.
That's more than enough.
Your druid hate is on par.
No, I played a moon druid, and I spent the whole time high as a fucking kite. I was like, dude, fucking amazing. Just stupid.
I'm trained in medicine.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I think Layla is the only person trained in medicine.
I'm trained in medicine. I just forget frequently.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
That's a different issue.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly is.
Got
All
a
right.
lot of skills, okay?
So as you guys are making your way through the Witchwood, and you are eventually approached by some Tiri Kitor, and they are
We have
accompanied.
3 with us.
Yeah. And you are accompanied by, the Tiri Kitor who find you. They have some of them bird dudes with them as well. And the magic missile guys. So when they approach you, they see that you have their allies with you. And let me put you guys on this roleplay scene for now. This chill forest music is taking me out. Just almost fell out of my chair just now. All right. So they look to you and they say, "You are the Claws of the Veil, and you have returned. I see that you have found our missing kin, or 3 of them at least." And the 3 look to you guys. They're not captors, but saviors. And then they look back to the Fae, and then they nod, and then the leader of them, who is, I keep moving from one thing to another. There we go. Kiliar, who stands with you. Let's get rid of this. That's no good. There we go. All right. Are you guys on the roleplay scene?
I'm
Nope.
on the battlefield.
Oh, okay. That didn't activate. There we go. Okay.
Ooh.
All right. I think that's right. Okay. So yeah, there's some Shadow Fae, and they are with some of these Storm Crows. Bloodlord's not with us anymore. There we go. Oh, and I gotta put Layla's romance option in here. Hold on. There we go. All right. So the Shadow Fae start to address each other in Elven, and Kiliar explains that not more than 3 hours ago, we finished a battle against an ancient jabberwock. And then the Shadow Elf says, just as our queen said, it follows. Finally found its prey. And then Kiliar says, I have witnessed the great deeds of these heroes. They were able to negotiate with the savages for our release, cure the primal spirit, Gomek, and destroy the base of operations of the Red Hand of Doom within the Fens. Truly, these are champions worthy of our respect and attention. I will speak for them before the Queen, for they seek an audience with her. And then the Shadowface says, yes, I was sent to bring them to her immediately. There is no time for pleasantries or diplomacy. She wishes to speak with them at once. All right. She addresses you, Jert, and says, make sure your allies can keep up. We move with a great swiftness. And then they all start, anime style, misty stepping and face stepping and running on tree branches and, Naruto running with their arms back through the forest.
Jert nods and says, let's pick up the pace, and starts marching.
While we're marching, so which one of us will be doing the talking?
Why does it have to be one of us?
I mean, don't we have to, give her a report?
Doesn't necessarily mean we have to restrict it to one person. We all have valuable information to share. Just be patient, and everyone chime in with the information they think is relevant.
Yep. And don't say anything that will upset her, like mentioning the Ghost Lord too much.
And don't be afraid to ask if we can step aside and speak to ourselves privately as well, if that's needed.
I'm not a people's person,
And don't talk if you don't feel comfortable.
Okay.
That gif.
I was looking at all the other ones. I'm like, this thing's better.
All right. Thanks to Team Nature and Jert, are you making them force march, move at a fast pace, or a normal pace? I think they want you to go at a fast pace.
Yeah, we're going fast pace.
Okay. Fast pace will count against you a bit harder for how many hours you could travel today. You haven't even traveled that far, honestly. It was 2 hours battle against the thing, so then you rested for an hour afterwards, or harvested for an hour. So 1, 2, you already did, and then there. All right, so it is going to be about 2.5 hours to make it to the Tiri Kitor's place. With your large numbers, the Shadow Elves and the Malphus scouting ahead and clearing the way, you guys do not roll for any random encounters, and you reach the Tiri Kitor.
Okay. Jert's gonna bring something up right as we're walking in. Question before we begin. We won't have enough travel left in us if we want to get out of the Witchwood. So do we want to ask to stay here, or do we want to push it? If we don't stay here tonight, we're going to have to make exhaustion saves so that we don't sleep in the Witchwood.
How many?
If it took us 4.5 hours to get in here, then we only have 3.5 left. We're only going to have to make 2.
Oh yeah, we should do that. We should make as many as 5 in any given time. That won't kill us.
All right, then we don't. So yeah, then we don't necessarily have to ask. If she offers, then we should take it up. That was it. I just wanted to bring that up, considering how much time we took.
It would be nice to stay in the embassy suites again. That was really nice.
Let's go.
All right. Alrighty. Let's see. So, hundreds of feet above the forest floor, in the interwinding branches and pathways of the canopy of this ancient forest, you guys are led to the inner court of the Tiri Kitor. All right. As before, people are there. They are watching you with great interest, and you see that Celeria is waiting on her audience platform for you.
Oh no, I see Guy.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Hi.
There needs to be a heartbreak script that just runs all of the maps and just deletes those who have left us. There we go.
Oh, it's been a while. Old art.
Major would definitely be the last to get there, kind of hobbling off of his sight.
Oh, fair enough. As you walk through, there are murmurs and whispers. Go ahead and give me an insight check, Radriar.
Yeah. This will probably be their first time, maybe regretting letting Rajiar in their group. As he looks around at these elves. But he does not care.
Oh, way more worried about Raijin than Radriar.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. All right, all assembled. Look and see you. Radriar, you don't know what the general consensus is, but you do know that their eyes are upon you, and your mount, more so than the massive lizard folk next to you. Who's also lagging behind because he's very fat and out of shape. So
We had to do a lot of stairs to get up here.
oh my god, this dude's just dying. He's just dying. Okay. So as you arrive, let's see. She kind of beckons for you guys to come forward and assemble, but not come too close. Those of you with training in perception, you know that whatever the creature was that was near her last time is near her this time as well, sort of prowling within range of her. All right. She has servants come forward, and they have elven bread and wine, and some fruits and nuts and dried meat, kind of artfully arranged on platters for you guys to take as refreshments, which was not offered last time.
Mm.
Does anybody take these refreshments?
When's the last time we ate, guys?
It has probably been a while.
Okay, then yeah, then we'll take one and eat.
Oh.
Yeah, Layla would accept them.
Okay.
While they eat, Rachel wouldn't accept it, but I want to think out of like instinct and distrust. Rajuar would divine sense when he recognizes that there's an invisible creature close to the queen.
Ooh, okay. All right.
Simply, perhaps out of her safety, let alone.
Yeah. Sadly, Ra, because divine sense was so strong for so long, like I'm talking one of the best things ever in second edition D&D. I think you might register such presence if it was bad, but I don't think you'd be able to see it because technically it has cover in so much as invisible, right? Is it work on invisible creatures?
It does, I believe.
Oh, okay.
But it's just not, as long as it's not behind total cover, and it specifies
Weird.
behind
Okay.
cover,
Yeah.
not
Gotcha.
cover.
I
Yeah.
don't think they have cover, but they're heavily obscured.
That's the word for it.
Okay. I think I think since you're aware of its presence, yeah.
Like
This
I
is
think
like their radar ping, so like if imps were invisibly sneaking up on us, this would 100% pick them up.
or like a ghost in a room that you can't see them. I would assume there's another use for it.
What a mess. I was gonna allow it regardless because I feel that divine sense got pretty nerfed. But yeah. It says here divine sense would be blocked by like a window because the window technically would break line of effect. So stupid. Anyways, whatever's behind her is not a fiend, a celestial, or an undead.
Okay. I just want
Yeah.
his friends eat them.
All right, you guys eat this food. I guess just tell me in chat if you don't. Just type in chat if you don't eat the food. That might be easier.
Queen Starsinger, it is good to see you again.
She nods and says, "I have received word that you have been very successful in your activities in the fens. But I would like to hear your report."
Yeah, I guess exposition dump level 3.
Yes, and as a symbol of that, I'd walk forward a little bit, not obviously get too close to the queen, but I'd go down to a knee and say, "Lady Solaria, this gift symbolizes our success of your trial." And he presents a little box and he opens it, and it's the dagger that he made from Heartseeker's Fang and that he learned to scrimshaw in order to decorate. And it's a dagger that has the elegant property, which is how you make light weapons stronger, but it's very beautiful.
All right, go ahead and give me a blind GM roll. And go ahead for this, and this would obviously be like your tinkering tools. So go ahead and give me like a tinkering tools check.
Okay.
I would like to
Hopefully it's
weirdly
not
insight
blind.
to see if she even cares that she's receiving
I'm
it.
sorry, I didn't know how I meant to make that.
Yep. It's the little ninja button.
Yep.
All right, Layla, give me an insight.
The 4 buttons,
Inside.
the die, the investigator, the ninja, and the ghost. It's the ninja one for blind GM.
I'm sorry, this is one of those moments where I have absolutely no idea what you're
No
talking
worries.
about.
At the very bottom of your screen,
Yep.
where you
Yeah, the chat
type
box.
in the chat, there'll be little
Oh.
people that hang out above that, and then you're gonna click on the ninja.
Okay,
Yeah.
I understand.
No worries.
And I'd like to use my Faxpiration on this roll.
Sure. Okay. I mean, you rolled well, but if you wanted to make the greatest dagger of all time, you could cash in your Factspiration.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
What are we talking about these days?
It's a
Is
D8
it D8?
still. Yep. Oh my. Okay. Layla, you don't know how she feels about it. But she spends a good deal of time looking at it and admiring it. She touches it gingerly, runs her finger along the blade to test its sharpness, and then closes it, and then kind of puts it into a satchel at her side. And she says, your gift is extremely generous and beautiful. And I appreciate that in these times of war, you still took the time to honor the practices of diplomacy and social etiquette. Thank you, Barnabas Benoit.
He bows deeply to his girdle and backs up, not to say anything to mess up the success he has done.
Okay. All right. So she's waiting for you guys to tell her what happened.
Just before we start,
Mm-hmm.
is it the food and refreshments? Are these given freely?
You ask her that?
Yes.
Wow.
Wow. Oh no.
Oh, okay. There is a hushed murmur through the crowd, and Kiliar Arrowswift, who is standing with your allies and the two people that you saved, and Bennett, and Gerard, and Rafida, they all kind of gasp at the audacity of such a question. The queen stares at you and says, "Such a question to ask at times like these. Do you have reason to mistrust my hospitality? For did I not shelter you in our finest accommodations when you first came to see me, before I even knew you?"
No, this is not to mistrust. As you said, it is hard times, and much has changed since the last we spoke. So I just wanted to understand the nature of these refreshments. Apologize if it was any disrespect on my end.
She just stares at you impassively and then says, "A pity. I thought that we had become allies. But I suppose for one who wields the bow of hatred, there is no such thing. Only tools to help you in your eternal quest for vengeance."
As I said, much has changed since we last spoke.
You drink from a well that will never run dry, to slake a thirst that can never be quenched. It saddens me to see anyone pick up that weapon again. A pity.
Orion's just silent from that.
Selenia.
She looks at you, Jert, and says, "Now, will I have to ask a third time to know what has transpired?
Yeah, I was about to. So he
Or
says,
are more accusations against my hospitality to be levied?"
I apologize for my friend's lack of candor. What would you like to hear of first? You sent us to investigate, and then he nods his head over to Raijin. What has happened to them?
Tell me the tale as best you know it.
When we found them, they had been assaulted and changed by the Red Hand, the children taken from them and mutated into creatures beyond recognition, can cast magics and devour you, see in darkness, no longer recognizable of what they originally were. We did our best to rescue all that we could, and unfortunately had to destroy those that we couldn't, to stop them from rising anew, filling the armies of the Red Hand. After this, we went to the New Jack village, met with them, and recruited Radriar to our efforts, and he points to Radriar.
She looks at Radriar, and there is... Well, I don't know. I mean, she looks at Radriar. There's a moment where she stares at him, and then she turns her gaze back to you.
I'm gonna give a quick insight to see if she's got like anything, because they were all staring at him, so I want to see if she's got any particular feelings about that.
Okay.
If you would like any particular details, we're happy to open it up. I just don't want to overflood you with the nuance that you might not need.
I see. You are worried about my fragile mind being overwhelmed with all the details.
No.
But those were your words, were they not?
No, they were not.
Perhaps it's best if
to burden you with unnecessary information.
As you interrupt the queen, her mouth goes into a thin line, and you hear the sound of weapons being somewhat drawn from their scabbards.
How about we take this from the top and start over again? And forget the minor intrusions and accusations our party members have made against you, my queen.
And now you would order me about, Thanlin of Drellin's Ferry. I think I will recall everything that has happened, and I will wait with diminishing patience for Jurt Bandon to finish his story. Raijin murmurs to all of you, "Wow, you guys thought I was gonna fuck this up. I think you got that handled pretty well." And he takes another plate of snacks and just eats it.
Just smacking in the background. Okay. Jurt takes a deep breath. As I said, they were diminishing, and so we did our best to aid them, and they in return aided us. We ousted the Red Hand from the ruins of Rest, and returned their last hope, their last young. Unfortunately, he did not make it through his own hunt, but in doing so, in aiding us, we were also able to restore Gomek, their god. And he is an ally of the Claws, and our efforts against the Red Hand as well.
Dirt, you would feel this is not a visible nor is it an interruption. It's his telepathic mind. And you would find Radriar kind of showing you the exhaustion of Barnabas in that night that he sought all that information and implores you to give it.
Okay. All right. So he nods and waiting to see if Solaria wants to say anything about what he said thus far before he continues.
She nods at you to go on.
Okay.
Your insight on her has revealed nothing.
Okay. Yeah. Kind of hard to read. All right. Following this, the New Jacks, after becoming our ally as well, parted ways with us, Radriar accompanying us now. And Barnabas came across a load of information from the ruins of Rest regarding the Red Hand's Bloodlords, their plans, and the access to certain resources they have. We know their headquarters, we know who lies with them, the towns that they target, and the order of which they want to target them in, at least loosely. We are now beginning to enact a plan or a path in which to engage the most allies we can and save the most people of the Vale. Pull up my notes real quick so I don't skip anything. There We learned that the Wormlord Ravik Khan is in the headquarters above the Old Road Inn. He has a Bithriax, the Burning King, on his side. Regirex the Flesh Molder is engaged in the north. Bloodlord Ulwa is currently engaging the Ghost Lord and forcing him to make minions for that army, keeping him sustained in a way so that he cannot aid the people of the Vale in whatever way he would, if he would. Furthermore, we learn that Sarvith was responsible for the movements of the north and the northeast. We also know that there are giants, hill giants under the Red Hand in the Red Rock. Praso is currently under the attack by something called the Drinker of Tears. Hillwatch is under attack by creatures similar to goblins that have embraced lycanthropy. Something called the Skull Jester overtakes Doth, and Hammerfast Hold has been infiltrated by Warsingers seeking to stoke a new civil war so that dwarves cannot in any way be rescued or help the people of the Vale. They are attempting to shut off every access to resources that we can have. We must do our best to stop them. But we, and he looks around the group, we are only so many. And so we seek to gather more and more allies to our side. And if your people would be so inclined to aid us, we would seek to ally ourselves in more ways than just diplomacy, but as allies in a war that will remove the mark of life from the Vale.
All right. Her UI, it shows some conversation options since she's talking to Jert. She selects, what of Guy, servant of the Mere Maiden?
He grimaces.
I hold up the urn.
He was killed by Ozyrandian. He is gone.
She is quiet for a moment, thinking about that. And, all right, she reviews the remaining conversation options with Jert. And she says, what of this one? He was not with your number before.
Is your telepathy, like, does it have to be initiated by you, or can anybody openly talk to you like that?
I believe it's initiated by me, but I
Damn,
can
okay.
review its exact wording because 5e's weird like that. I can send messages.
Okay, got it. All right. We gathered him from the New Jack. He comes, well, perhaps Regiar, you'd like to introduce yourself.
No introductions are needed. I see you and I know you. Endless husk.
There is a wry smile, but Regiar will give a slight nod.
Our cousins in the Southlands remember the scar left by the Sanguine King's first incursion into this world. I am filled with sorrow for the loss of your people and their civilization, as well as the many lives and lands lost by my kin. It is for this reason that we were so inclined to abandon our holdings here and seek succor and aid from the Eladrin, deep within the fortified woods of the Feywild. I see that you have been roused again. It makes me curious who would do such a thing, who would unleash your vengeance into the world, who would know where to find you.
Regiar would softly shake his head.
My tomb was looted, my weapons taken, my caretakers destroyed. I was abandoned to time and decay. But I am here now. I care not who has roused me. I only care to make the Red Hand die.
The first smile that you've seen crosses her face. It is a cruel smile. And she says, your awakening and presence speaks much and more for the seriousness of what is yet to come. The names that you uttered, Jert Vanden, are no small thing. Truly, they have sought out some of the most vile and cruel of the Winter Court and set them upon these lands. All right, she looks at her conversation options with Jert Vanden, and then she says, what did you make of Gomek?
He had been poisoned by the Red Hand, turned into an aberration of sorts. But he is restored now. He is wise and knows the threat that they pose.
He most certainly is. Though he has grown lazy and indulgent, and that led to his downfall. What of this one? This new Jack who travels with you?
This is Rajan. He is to join our party as a representative of his people.
A representative, you say?
Well, we gather one of everyone that we try to go through, if we can, in order to show and make a statement of all of the allies that we have at our back.
Then I would hear from this diplomat.
Man, here we
Jit looks
go.
over to Rajan and under his breath says, remember what we talked about.
Rajan of the New Jack. Can you speak for these heroes and their efforts? Can you speak for your people and their intentions? Can you speak of the crimes committed against my people by yours? Rajan puts down the fourth platter of snacks, and he hands it off to the elf, and he says, he lets out a massive belch, and he says, that's good. Thank you. Your Majesty, truly the songs and stories did not lie. You are as beautiful as the rising moon and the star-filled skies. You wear your age like a fine wine, only enhancing that natural beauty and testifying to your aged wisdom and power. On behalf of the New Jacks of the Fens, I deeply apologize. When we captured and ate your people, it was out of respect of our culture, our ancient values of protecting our lands, and respect to them of wanting to absorb their great power and speed and quickness and magic within ourselves. Truly, there is no greater honor amongst my people than to consume the flesh of the dead and fashion their bones into useful items that they may ever serve in the world long after their spirit has passed on. I offer my apologies for, beset by enemies on all sides, and filled with powerful emotions we are not well equipped to process. We made assumptions about the allegiances of all elves being aligned with that of the Red Hand. For our people, who all look mostly the same, In that moment of confusion, an elf is an elf is an elf. They would not listen when I tried to explain the subtleties. And mistakes were made. In war, this is something that happens. And you are no stranger to war, great and powerful queen. Secondly, I speak for the New Jack when I say that every last New Jack, hatchling, elder, warrior, shaman, and even farmer intend to lay down their lives, putting as much fucking hurt on those red-skinned cunts as possible. Respectfully. They have transgressed against our people in ways that can never be forgiven. They have corrupted our children, ruined our future, besmirched our reputation, forced us into servitude, and even corrupted our very God. They will never be forgiven, and their crimes will never be forgotten. Third, I, in my short time with these heroes, have witnessed nothing but greatness. Why, this druid is a member of 2 different druid circles. The Stars and Wildfire. Can you believe it? Now, I don't know much, but I know heroes when I see them. And you know that heroes can sometimes be a little rough around the edges. These are no different. They're one bad day away from being murder hobos, let me tell you. But they are earnest. Even the little one, who's a sneaky little bastard. I know that despite his demeanor, despite what he wants us all to think, he cares deeply about this cause and this fight, and he would lay down his life for the people of the Vale. I will proudly stand next to them and travel where they go and extol their virtues to any who would listen, especially this sweet piece of meat right here. And then he bows with a graceful flourish.
Fuck yeah.
Wow. Incredible.
And you guys were worried.
Not
Who was
really.
worried? Yeah, who was worried?
The cheeks unclench.
Valyria nods and says, "You have done many great deeds and services. Thank you, Jert Bandon, for recounting your tales. Are there any other amongst your number who have information they wish to impart before we move forward with our negotiation?"
Yeah, Jared will turn to the group. Would you allow us a moment so that start singing? Meta, I'm just asking for a quick hero huddle so we can see if we're missing anything.
We are. Things we have not mentioned. The Swamp Witch and Gomek said hi.
Okay, so we can talk. Okay.
I don't know if we should mention the Swamp Witch, but we didn't mention her. I feel like there's maybe some reciprocity due there.
Yeah, and that way she knows she's an ally that helped us.
Right.
We should tell her that the war singer escaped from rest.
Yep.
As did Sarah.
And this is obviously in the 3 hours that you were traveling here, kind of like, or longer, kind of talking out what you're gonna say. Gotcha. Okay. So a little flashback sequence there.
All right, so who wants to take that on? I feel like I've done enough.
You did great.
Thanks, man. I did my best.
Oh, Ryan, you're the only one that knows, I think, that Gomek says hi. That was like a speech moment.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But he does have some other things that he wanted to talk about. But
What are they?
Yeah, should we go over what the talking points are before we just go into them?
no, that was going to be more of a private thing if possible.
Hmm.
Scared.
But I mean, if you guys want him to talk
Nope.
about the other things, sure.
If you want it to be private, that's your business.
Definitely bring up Gomek, though.
Your Majesty, when we had spoken with Gomek, he had mentioned that he remembers you and is appreciative of your aid. His only request was that you remember him.
You see a second smile appear on her face. This smile is warm, as if remembering an old friend. And she says, I would never forget him. Thank you for delivering the message.
You're welcome.
Lady Starsinger, it was not alone that we were able to free Gomek of his corruption, and I know this person is no ally to your people, but the Swamp Witch of the Fens was able to provide us with the potion that rescued him, and we would not have been able to do so without her help.
How interesting that is. And unexpected.
We are all citizens of the Elsir Vale.
I'd have gamed in the Redheaded Betrayer too,
That too.
which might give more credence to why she would help than just doing it out of goodness in her heart.
It's how you present the story.
All right. Her eyes travel over your many companions, over each one of you, and she says, does anyone else have anything to add that might be important? Anything that we should know before our decision is made?
So do you guys
Well,
want to?
Hero
So
Ho,
here's
Hero
a-
Ho.
yeah.
Hero Ho.
Orion was about to just say it.
All right.
Yeah,
and
there's
the camera immediately cuts to another flashback of you guys walking through the Feywild and Jert being like jogging in place because you guys are moving too slow and kind of clapping his hands to kind of keep the rhythm going. Yeah.
The big
so-
thing we've left out is the phylactery.
Yeah. Do we want to? We should tell her we know the location of it. I don't know if we want to tell her we have it on us, because then I don't know if, depending on how they feel, they might just attack us and take it.
That would be one hell of a fight.
It would be. I think we should just be honest. I really don't think we
I am
should lie.
going to leave that
Yeah,
decision
but-
to you guys because you guys are more interested in going to the Ghost Lord than Orion. That's
I
up
don't-
to you.
I do not want to be caught in a position where we are caught lying to her in her court.
Same here. It's like,
All right. Well, I'll bring it up then.
but if we already know she does not favor the Ghost Lord or see him in any positive light,
Nope.
I think
and
the
we
only,
already
We need to know how, like, if they're willing, because then that'll shape what we do next. So
We just
I think
yes,
to.
but we have to remember how she feels about the Ghost Lord
Yeah.
for bringing him up, or the fact that we have his phylactery. The thing, him as a lich needs to technically survive. Should he
Yeah.
die? Just saying.
Yeah.
Right,
But
so-
we have to tell her.
I think this is all about presentation. The way we gotta tell it to her is we have removed a threat, not like we're trying to help the Ghost Lord, not like we're buddy with the, like we got the phylactery, the Red Hand was using it to weaponize him, and we are trying to stop that. That's it.
You remember
That's-
back at the Lizardfolk settlement, Orion said we do not need the Ghost Lord as an ally, but we don't need him as an enemy. That would
Yeah.
work as how Barnabas is saying.
But
Yeah,
would
use it to
she-
neutralize them. We
But
don't
if you
necessarily
guys
do
if
that.
you guys want to make him an ally, that's a different thing.
But
I
would
think just
she...
presenting it to her. That's how we need to present it, not...
Yes.
Yes, but we have to know what she'll do with it.
I think
We're
that's
not
how
gonna
we'll
give
get
it to
there.
her.
Because for all we know, if we give it to her, she might want to destroy it, and
I'm not-
then
Oh, I
We
mean,
have-
I
we
don't
have
think we
an
should
enemy.
give it to her. Like, at all. That's like an. I don't think we should give it to her.
No.
but we cannot tell her that we don't have it, otherwise it'll be.
I know. We're just gonna have to
considered-
be honest, and then if they want to take it, we'll have to fight them.
Well, I think we can let them have it if it comes to blows. We're not about to throw away our alliance over this.
Okay, yeah, screw it.
Rajar, you're holding the box.
Wait, what's the latest of thoughts on this?
I haven't heard anything from Ronzo. All right, I think Ronzo's going.
If you give him the look, Ranger will reach towards his pack to pull out the box, but only if you give him the look.
The look that says, I want to touch the skull thing.
Okay. And Radriar would pluck the box from his side and let the claws talk, but he'll hold it.
Your Majesty, there's one more thing we wanted to speak about.
Hmm?
I brought up the Ghost Lord in my report, and that he was being weaponized against the Veil.
Hmm?
The reason this was being done was because the Red Hand previously had in their possession his phylactery. We have it now. And we seek to use this to our advantage to, at the very least, unweaponize him and get the Red Hand away so that they cannot use him against us. If he would see this as a boon to help him, I'd see no reason to not make him an enemy. To make him, to make him at least neutral to the Veil.
Now, this is very important information.
Save the best for last.
A lich's phylactery, its soul cage, is what grants it its strength and immortality. A spellcaster of any means can learn the specialized ritual to create such a device and transcend its mortal life for one of power and eternal strength. But to gain such power and such potential, the universe requires a balance. That balance is the soul cage. By its very nature, fragile and easy to destroy. When such an object is destroyed, it takes time for the Lich to create a new one. During that time, should the Lich be defeated, it is destroyed utterly. Its soul lost to oblivion. If they had the Witch Lord's phylactery, it makes sense how they were able to press him into service. It also means that you may have saved every living thing in Elsir Vale from a fate worse than death by retrieving that box. For they most assuredly would have pressed him into service in their war. You have done a great deed. But you also wield a very powerful bit of leverage there. I ask you then openly, what do you plan to do with it?
Jurt sighs and he says, "Some of us think it may be possible to not only neutralize him as a threat, but potentially gain help from him. Whether or not this is possible, I think it is imperative that we travel in his direction and solve this problem, removing the Red Hand from his vicinity."
We know that the Red Hand is having him create undead hobgoblins known as the Bone Drinkers. Terrifying creatures suited for battle.
And the sooner we stop that, the sooner we can move to other things. Perhaps rescue the dwarves from the Civil War and negate their aid. Perhaps rescue those in Elsir Vale that are in different towns that are under assault from these creatures.
So you wish to return the phylactery to its master? Is that what I'm hearing?
Only if that guarantees the Vale protection from him or aid from him. Because if we were to just seize it for ourselves and continue to hold it, we would just be another enemy to him.
You once fought side by side with the Ghost Lord. When there were no other choices left, his power was what made the difference in saving the Vale. Would you make that choice again?
My emotions are too invested in the past and in the man who is now the Lord of Ghosts. You, Layla Enlock of the Mountain Circle, you are a druid, as am I, and as is the Ghost Lord. What is your counsel on this? Would you trust such a being as an ally?
No. I would not. But if the decision of the others is to, it would be foolish of me to go against that decision. We are stronger together, as we have said. But no. I think ultimately it would win us one victory and give us another enemy in the long run.
Your wisdom is sound, Layla. And I agree. What if I told you you did not have to stand against your allies' decisions alone? What if I told you that every blade and spell and arrow of the Tiri Kitor would support you? We could end this right now and take the phylactery from them before they do something foolish, dangerous, and doom us all.
Man, Jur just looks over at Layla, doesn't say anything, but on his face is just, would you betray us like that?
If you would counsel them against it, I do think there are alternate paths to uniting the land and winning. And such an action is more drastic and unnecessary than it needs to be.
The Ghost Lord in this scenario is best represented by an old honey badger who was quietly hibernating in his den. He has been roused. Where he takes his frustrations and aggressions and retribution is yet to be seen. But I have no doubt that he must take it. For the rage and frustration that he must feel is insurmountable, being coerced and strong-armed in such a manner. I fear the only true solution is to remove him from the board completely. You cannot risk he and his forces leaving that dreadful place and coming back out into the world. Events have been set into motion by the Red Hand that cannot be halted or slowed. They can be diverted. But the only true way to prevent them would be to remove them entirely. A war is a breeding ground for the dead. Every ally or enemy who falls, every peasant or beast of burden who succumbs to wounds or illness on the battlefield is his. When the upcoming war ends, and each side tends to their dead and their wounds, those dead rise and walk under a new master. What good is winning only to lose? Can you not see what Layla is trying to tell you?
You would have us. Go ahead.
Oh,
No.
All you.
You'd see Rajiar gripping the side of his armor at her, saying, "What good is winning? Just to lose."
yeah,
And I think all of you would see if you kind of hear him gripping. Rajiar is holding his tongue, but you feel as though there is no empathy for what happens as long as the Red Hand dies. And he would take that. And he's not hiding it. But if Jared, you're going to speak before he can lash out, then probably.
Yeah, he says he would have us remove the Red Hand there, as well as eliminate him from the board. It's quite the force for us to go up against, but I think we can handle it. Would your forces be willing to lend us aid in this?
part of what keeps the Ghost Lord at bay are promises sworn long ago. Were I to intrude or send any of mine with you, it would break those ancient promises. However, since your actions would be diverted, your efforts concentrated in the removal of the Ghost Lord, I could do what you cannot elsewhere in the Vale.
Okay,
I understand that this is a very big decision, and that while time marches ever onward, you may take the time you need to discuss. Should we adjourn for an hour, that you might think of what we have discussed, and we will continue our negotiations afterwards.
appreciate your offer, Your Majesty. I think we will take you up.
Certainly. And then some servants, they kind of motion for you guys to climb these fungal steps and they kind of get out of the way. And they move a respectable distance away that there's no way any of these elves with their heritage training in perception would ever be able to eavesdrop on what you guys are discussing.
So we're having a OOC talk, right?
think we
I
need to
mean,
build on whether-
it's an in-game, in-character discussion, but it's also an out-of-game meta discussion. So yeah, you're doing an in-game hero huddle that is officially acknowledged by the NPCs and the story.
I think we need to
Okay.
have a revote on who's
Yeah.
still willing to ally with the Ghost Lord or who's now willing to kill him.
I mean, upon hearing this compromise,
Sorry, as this is kind of going on, Orion is going to ask Queen Star Singer, may I ask for a private counsel?
Oh, you kind of linger behind? Okay.
Yes. Because
Um,
he's not really
yeah.
part of the whole Ghost Lord thing, so he will kind of abstain
Oh,
from that.
that's right, because you had already messaged me that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was no compromise for you.
Yep, no
Okay.
compromise.
All right, do you bring Claude with you?
Yes.
All right, Claude puts down his clipboard because he was going to take bullets for the beating, and he goes to
Stuffs in his marsupial pouch.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Oh my god.
All animals have a
Oh.
marsupial pouch.
Yep.
All right. She says, "I would very much like to speak with you, from one beast heart to another. Let us walk and
Thank
speak
you.
of better things, I hope."
Okay.
All right, do you want to do this in secret chat while they're having their meeting over there?
Sure.
All right, I'll see you in secret chat. She's-
Alright. Is my thing- okay,
says,
it's transferred. Good.
I don't know if you've met my companion. He is curious about you, but afraid. The weapon you wield would not like him overly much.
When we were here last, one of my companions noticed that you had a particular look when your eyes landed upon Claude. I had wished to ask what the meaning behind that was.
Ah. Yes, well, he is the finest specimen of a lion I've ever seen. And the lion was ever the favored beast of my dear friend. Should the Ghost Lord have ever laid eyes upon him, he would have coveted him. And no amounts of effort on your part could have kept him from taking Claude away from you.
That aligns with when we had first heard of the Ghost Lord's name. It seemed to have affected Claude deeply. Every night he has had dreams of not so much him, but dreams of being taken and put into some sort of vat and then emerging as not himself any longer. He is my friend, he is my hunting companion. I will not allow the Ghost Lord to have him. And I understand that my allies wish to keep the Ghost Lord on our side, so to speak, in this war. But I have already expressed to them that I will not travel to his lands with Claude. If there's even a sliver of a chance that he will be taken from me, I will not allow it to happen.
I see. Even if the journey is made to destroy him, even if Claude could avenge the many lions who have had their souls enslaved by him? For it is known to some that the easiest way to curry the favor of Kaluri Ross is to bring him a fine lion that he might add to his undead menagerie.
If that is the case, then I will not take it. I believe in my allies. If they have the power to destroy the Ghost Lord with his phylactery, then I will leave it in their hand. But I cannot have Claude be taken.
I understand. I once bound my heart to a beast as well. In my youth. It was a fine crocodile.
I see.
And she looks at you meaningfully.
That was going to be one of my other questions. Gomek had mentioned that he remembers you. Hoped that you remembered him. So he was... And Layla had... Well, Layla's a powerful druid. She has the ability to learn more about the legends and myths of this world. One such thing was that a powerful beast heart was companion to Gomek long ago, but the name was not stated.
I will show you something, but you must promise to keep it between you and I. Is that all right?
He will nod his head.
She reaches into her satchel, and she produces an old, well-preserved bit of parchment. And she unfolds it, and from that, you see a drawing of a young elf. Sort of looks like her, but definitely doesn't have the high level aura of magic and beauty and prestige and all that kind of stuff. Looking like they're just wearing whatever equipment was, the best stats at the time. Next to a normal sized and a little dorky looking crocodile.
Yeah, that's funny.
And that is actually from the adventure. Here, I'll send it to you in Discord.
Okay.
Let's see. She says, never could I forget him, for his heart is bound to mine. Though I left that path long ago in order to pursue magic and be of more long-term use to my people. You and Claude remind me of my youth. I respect your decision to stay away from the Ghost Lord. I hope your allies make the right choice. They have done me many great favors, and despite their crassness, their rudeness, and their ineptitudes, I do feel that they are potent warriors and very useful allies. If they wish to press the Ghost Lord into their service, I will not stop them. But should I find out he is spared, I will be forced to withdraw all of my aid and leave for the deep woods of the Summer Court.
Is there any way that we can press onto him to not get involved, to remain neutral in this as we kick the Red Hand out of his territory?
At his heart, he is a Fae, and he will honor any sort of oath or promise he swears. But to the letter, and he is old and crafty. And I feel that your allies are sorely ill-equipped to outmaneuver him at such games.
That is true. With the loss of Guy, we don't have the same. Well, we're not the same.
If only you could retrieve him. His training under the Mere Maiden. Well, I viewed him as the strongest asset you had available.
We did too. We assumed that is probably the reason why Ozymandian came and slaughtered him. We have seen the power of the war singers on their side, or at least glimpsed at it. If Guy was anything close to them, I can understand why they would want to remove him. Or, what was the specific, not law, but deal that was made to keep your people out of the Thorn Waste?
He was banished and given lands of his own. And it is his decision who intrudes upon those lands. If any of the Tiri Kitor press into his territory uninvited, he will consider his exile at its end. And he will make war against my people once again.
See.
Mind that the war I speak of is not of the body, but of the heart. He was exiled because he had a dangerous philosophy about him. That a shortcut to power justified anything. This is not the way.
I understand those words.
You say this as you wield the bow of hatred.
Yes, that was going to be the next question. You had said that, well, I had said that much has changed since we had last spoke, and we found this bow in the ruins of Rest. It seems the Red Hand have started to piece together some of the weapons of this region, and we're going to start using them against us if they can find them. But we found this one first, and seeing as I am mainly the archer of this group, decided it would be best in my hand. Unfortunately, we did not know the true power behind it. I have asked it to stay itself, or we're going to need allies. We are working with the Fearbolgs, and they are giantkin. We are working with the lizard folk, and some of their ancestry can be traced to dragons. The bow has assured me that as long as its hatred and my aim are pointed in the direction of battle, in the direction of the Red Hand, it will have no need to look at any other targets.
A cunning promise from a bow.
And that is my resolve, to keep its power for our group, not against us. Though it does mean that there will be much bloodshed on my hand. But if it's to protect the people of this vale, then I will burden that.
And then you have grown much and more in your journey, Orion Thistlebrush. Oh, sorry, it's Thistlebush.
I didn't make it easy, I know.
Yeah. And she says, this is the truth of war, unfortunately. Now come. I believe your allies should be done with their palaver, and negotiations will continue.
Thank you for your counsel, your majesty. Last time you said that my people are wise. I think it is only wisdom that is gained by speaking with those who have more experience and utilizing that experience. So I thank you for your counsel.
All right. Head on back.
Yep.
last
100%.
standpoint, which is if we go east, we're dealing with essentially like the Koopa kids. Like we will decrease the Red Hand's strength as
Yeah.
we move through the Eastern Vale, and you know, taking out their key allies.
You know what? One of you mentioned Tiernan. Not Tiernan. Oh wow,
Sir Tyrion,
Tyrion.
but
Tiernan.
Rajar has
Wow.
never met him, so
Okay.
We still. I just.
We're just gonna have to present it and see what she says. I think that's
Yeah.
our best option, and then we go from there.
Okay.
Agreed.
Sure.
Okay.
Lunch up, guys. Lunch up.
All right, you guys
Never let them see you
break
clench.
your huddle. All right.
Orion approaches you guys.
Rajar looks down. You okay?
You come to a decision.
Yes.
Yes.
Rajar still is holding the box.
Oh man, I miss the early days when all we did was just fight Hydras. Why everything gotta be so stressful?
Because we signed up for Red Hand of Doom. It's in the title.
I know. But still.
Thank you
Now,
for allowing us that break, Your Majesty.
It gave me an opportunity to speak with Orion. And it was a pleasant conversation.
He nods his head in agreement.
We have heard the wisdom in your words. The Ghost Lord is something, a threat that must be dealt with. It's merely a matter of when he is going to be dealt with. On top of all the other threats that are going through the veil from every angle. In doing so, we would like to either request aid from you and yours, or from allies that we may have in other areas, such as a wizard known by Satyrin, to contact the Ghost Lord from afar, inform him that, should he resist and actively fight the Red Hand that are in his area, when they are defeated across the veil, we will return with his phylactery. But to you, Celeria, when we return there, we are not going to make promises that we keep it unbroken. Would this be something you and yours would aid us in and would be amenable to, so that we may be enabled to go farther east and aid the people of the Vale?
You make no promises to not break what?
This,
Rajar holds up the box.
the Red Hand, are the current threat. We make our promises to the Ghost Lord, and when the Red Hand are dealt with, we go to the Thorn Wastes. Under this veiled promise, then we will destroy him for you.
An interesting proposal. I know that for you, Endless One, the only true threat is the Red Hand. And all else matters. How are we to expect that your husk will even remain animated after your business is taken care of?
You are right to think of that. I am but an unholy copy of your life. A mockery of its freedom, to be sure. Who would say I would keep after? But I was born in the cruel betrayal of the noble ideas I would have served, much as you. My ending is when I die, not when the Red Hand is destroyed. If we are successful, if you keep me animated, this body unbroken, I will use it to destroy this Ghost Lord. Make no mistake.
I will take note of this. Thank you, Adrian. Of the southern lands that were. There was a mention of Ulway.
Yes.
Was that
Ye-
correct?
She is
This
the one
fake-
actively. Go ahead.
You go, Kurt.
Okay. She is the one actively engaged in not only dissuading the Ghost Lord from fighting, but actively using his people against the Veil.
I believe.
Then I fear that coercion on our parts will fall on deafened ears.
He can charm undead.
It is possible. It seems-
Ulwai is one of the most powerful nymphs I have ever encountered. Her poisons seep into the mind, heart, and soul of her prey. Even those who would normally be immune to such effects have no such defenses against her. If she has been put in charge of the Ghost Lord, he is her puppet.
We also discovered within the notes that Barnabas decoded that there may have been some concoctions or some other material that was supplied to Ulwe by the Flesh Molder. So we do not know if there is anything additional that is happening there.
I think that was the bone drinkers.
Oh, was it? Oh.
Meta, I guess this means we actually have to kill him.
My people
Well,
cannot set foot in his lands without inviting his retribution. He honored the terms of his exile, and we must honor them as well. He was given a place to imprison himself, to remove himself from the world, and he has done just that.
if Ulwe, as you said, is the one who has charmed the Ghost Lord, then would it make sense to take her out of the equation entirely? Rather than go to the Thornways to kill the Ghost Lord, why not kill the Ghost Lord's master? Which in this position would be Ulwe, if she is charming him.
That would depend on how close. Well, to put it lightly, the Ghost Lord is her lapdog. It would depend on how close she has her lapdog with him, or with her. So that means it could be that we'd be fighting both her and the Ghost Lord at the same time.
Alan shudders a bit.
Not saying it's
This-
impossible, just a difficult task.
Lady
What?
Lady Celeria, you know of this Ulwe. She's a great mystery to us. Do you know if there is anything that she fears, or if she has enemies of her own?
Creatures such as Ulwe has all manner of enemies. Any who have survived her machinations likely harbor deep resentment. She is a poison, in every sense of the word. It is no surprise to me that she now hangs her allegiance under the Blood Lord banner. Are there those that you could seek out to aid you against her specifically, perhaps? Is that your intent?
We could displace her. It would solve a lot of problems.
She is, I believe, a great threat. Because even if we destroy the Ghost Lord, and we do not destroy her when she flees in the wake of chaos, she will find someone else, who is not to say in your Elsir cross, she had already not made her way. You spoke to me of your previous ally, this guy. You spoke of a letter that drove him mad. I wonder, no matter who we send, we cannot trust them. Her magic seeps deep. It has already done so to one of you.
It sounds like she is a parasite that needs to be removed, but it would have to be done very carefully, very precisely.
And one last question for consideration. If the Ghost Lord were to rise against us, if we weren't to go and deal with him, would it be possible for us in the final conflict to break his phylactery and rob him of his power in that critical moment? And he would need a period of time to recreate a phylactery. By then, we could appropriately deal with him.
A large risk, but an option.
The Bloodlord can only be destroyed if his phylactery no longer exists. As we have discussed. If he was defeated today and the phylactery was intact, he would reform in a matter of days. If it is destroyed, he will become aware of its destruction, and no doubt work feverishly to create a new one. The timing must be perfect.
The only time we'll be able to do that is if we fight him. Not before, not after. It has to happen in that moment as we fight him.
Again, the matter of when we fight him still stands. I think the Thorn Waste is our first destination to remove Ulwai from the equation no matter what. If we have to fight the Ghost Lord, then we do. But if we can save our efforts and simply put him aside for the time being, as he cannot leave his area due to the promise he has made, I do not see a reason to simply hold on to this leverage, this phylactery, for as long as possible until the Red Hand are removed from the veil.
He is of Fae. If a promise or a deal is brokered, he will stick to it. However, it must be precise. Otherwise, he may find a loophole.
Our original agreement was thus. He would be exiled, and should he leave the area he claimed as his home, his life would be forfeit, and he would be hunted down and destroyed. Under magical coercion, I have no doubt that he would easily break such a pact.
Who is supposed to do the hunting?
Me.
I think our path is clear. We must go to the Thorn Waste.
Yes. We will deal with Ulwai.
And if we must deal with the Ghost Lord, then we will remove that threat from the board prematurely or early if we must.
What was your punishment, if I may ask, for breaking the pact? He is to be hunted down, but for you... if we
Our
have-
lives would be forfeit.
If and I guess Orion will kind of look at Queen Starsinger and be like, "Can I expand upon this on your behalf?"
She nods to you.
From our conversation, from the deal that was made, if any Tiri Kitor is spotted or known within his territory, then his exile is null and he is free to move about as he would. Hence, the worst case scenario that we would have.
And in this we must ask, Your Majesty, if we can take you up on your offer of sending some of your forces elsewhere in the Vale that we cannot attend to, rather.
She nods and says, "Your deeds have earned my respect and my allegiance for now. We will not retreat from the battle that is to come as yet. And in the time that we remain here, we will be of service. What would you ask of us?"
Can you put us on the map table?
Sure.
I feel like Red Rocket and the Golden Plains are the main focuses.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Because what we were talking about while you were gone, Orion, is that we can't really send her people to any settlements because they're not going to trust the Tiri Kitor. So we got to send them somewhere like extraneous, like Red Rock, or even to rescue Hill Watch. But we couldn't, for example, I don't think we could send them to Elsir Cross to deal with the traitor because that would be like diplomatic hell.
Yeah, no,
Also,
I totally agree with that.
Also, they wouldn't know who the traitor is, and neither would we. So, I mean, would they really be able to do anything? Over there, at least.
Yeah, that Elsir Cross seems like it's probably a little bit more of investigative work in order to root out. Well, we know the traitor is from the leadership, but like how that happened and like how to get rid of, because the traitor is an infection. There's other parts of it that will also be infected, so we have to know what there is, because we could just remove the leader, and that may not cure the whole situation.
Right, but if the elves do that, it will be seen as a declaration of war.
Yes.
So they should stick to helping. The thing in Red Rock is that giants are making the endemic life upset, and that sounds like something they're super capable of handling. And then werewolves? I mean, they probably have some magic weapons around. They're hunters.
I agree with this.
Also, if we go to Thornways, Hammerfast is literally right next door.
Yeah, and we'll bring
Yeah,
it
but
along.
hold on. There is a problem there, though, because they're like, we can get to the Thornways. If we take the river route, we can get there pretty fast. But when we leave the Thornways, we're on foot, and we don't really have any means of like expediting our speed at that point.
I mean, you have an A5E Ranger.
Yeah,
well, how much
Honestly,
fast? Do you want everyone to have motorcycles? Like,
no, but
like
we
a
were having
private
a conversation
jet?
about.
Like,
I think Barnabas' little footsies are like, please no.
honestly, the two major power players we have on board is the Thornways and Hammerfast Holes.
And then when we go after that depends on how those go.
Everything east is minuscule compared to those two.
Well, Elsir Cross is a pretty big deal, I think.
Yeah.
The traitor.
But dwarves.
Well, they're not. Even if we help them with their civil war, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to return the favor. Like, they might just say, all right, thanks, fuck off.
Yeah.
Who knows?
That sounds very dwarf to me.
It's a gamble it's a gamble we're gonna have to take no matter what. Because if we're going to the Thornways, there's no doubt we're going to.
That's
Oh,
the
yeah.
gamble you guys are taking.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
Like we could walk away from the Thornways with like nothing. Like there's a good chance of that. Like Olway could escape. Like the Bone Drinkers could flood out of here and get
We
to
can
the Vale
all
before we
die.
could. Yeah, a lot of things could happen.
We've been facing stuff like that since the beginning of this campaign. I don't know what you mean.
I think to boil down what we're talking about, I think Red Rock's the choice that we send Celeria and her people to.
Yeah.
okay. So you present that to them as.
Yeah, and we'll give them the who wants to do it?
I can do it if you want.
You go for it.
Very well. We beseech you, our barons, fly to Red Rock and deal with the giants. It is a high climb, but your expertise would be most useful while we deal with Ulwai.
Oh, also, apologies on my part. I was not paying attention. I did mispronounce it. It is Uwai, not Uwei. So I don't want to cause any confusion there. But yeah, she nods to you and says, "It will be done. The giants will be removed. Whatever mischief they are causing for the Goliaths of Red Rock will be put to an end, and those people will be freed to lend their aid to the defense of the Vale."
If you are able to complete this task, and we have not returned, my personal recommendation in what I know of the Red Hand is to watch the bridges between the ones that border your Witchwood and the one they plan to use to cross to Brindle. If you cannot stop them, you can slow them.
We will keep scouts monitoring the progress and movements of their troops. Now that we are allies, I will stay in communication with you to let you know of any serious changes to their plans or activities, as best I can discern from my information network and magic.
Do you have a method of keeping in contact that we can use back?
I can send you a small message across a great distance. You will need to be concise in the words you use to reply.
Very well. If we are allies, then I am well aware of the power that your cousins of the South had. I have had my weapons stolen, but you have a kingdom, grand and filled with magic and weapons. I beseech you yet again, give me, if not them, whatever we need to destroy the Ghost Lord and Uluwai.
She stares at you, and she is thoughtful. And she says, "Your allies and my own people," and she looks at Arrow Swift. Sorry. Oh God, there's so many names. Swift Arrow. No, it is Arrow Swift. Cool. She looks at Arrow Swift and everyone else assembled and says, "All speak of your great prowess in battle, but you go into the very heart of darkness. Ulwe will seize upon your minds, turn you against each other, change your alliance, and put an end to you. You will need to bolster your minds against her intrusions. Further, she is a being of great magic, though I can feel the cruel touch of your cold iron. The Ghost Lord, however, will be nigh impervious to mundane weapons, so it is important that each of you bear some magical armament that you bring into battle. Speak honest and truly. Which of you lacks the means to harm such a supernatural foe?"
Kurt raises his hand.
Danlin will shyly raise his hand.
Question. Hi. Barnabas, the weapon maker of these two people. He's considered Fey, correct?
I fear that the touch of cold iron will have little effect on him. Or I would have mentioned that when I mentioned the cold iron being harmful to Uwe.
Fair.
But thank you for your assistance, Barnabas.
Ranger would raise a hand, though very clearly was why he was already asking.
Yeah. Oh, right, for the magical weapons. Okay. All right. She says, Barnabas Benoit, how quickly can you learn new formulae?
I am quite the student. I can pick up things pretty fast. And I have been given a means to trap Ulwe on this plane and make her death permanent, but I will require time to create such an item.
Fascinating. Are you proficient in the creation of poisons?
I can make just about anything.
If he is not, I am proficient in poisons and herbalism.
That is excellent news. I will have our people impart to you the secrets of an ancient toxin. It will poison you, but in doing so, make you immune to the effects of mind-affecting abilities.
That'll be most useful for me. I have trouble putting off tempestuous magic.
Okay. So the Clear Mind toxin is a poison that you, I guess, deliberately drink. It affects you in such a way that you are poisoned for its duration, but you also are immune to mind-affecting spells and effects. If you are immune to poison, you are immune to the benefits of this elixir as well. So just keep that in mind. All right. So she will teach Barnabas how to make that, and then she will have her peeps provide you with 5 elven runes of power. Barnabas, you know that runic magic is ancient, but essentially the magic of these runes could be imparted onto a non-magical weapon, making it magical.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, well that should give us what we need to bring the Ghost Lord on low. And it's just like basically makes it a +1 weapon. Is that the idea?
Well,
or
she's
like
giving
just
you,
magic.
She's going to
like,
give you 5 runes. 3 of them can be used to make a weapon +1 to hit and damage. One of them can cause the weapon to gain the ability as an item interaction to produce fire, which would add an extra 1d6 damage to its attacks and shed light. The weapon would then also be considered magic for the purpose of overcoming magic resistance, but it wouldn't have a +2 hit and damage. And then the other rune would make a weapon magical, but instead of giving it a +1 to attack and damage, it would give a +1 to armor class.
That's pretty rad.
And she explains to you, Barnabas, a master craftsman such as you should get to see his great works in action. I would never insult you by presenting elven-made weapons of power to replace those that you have poured your heart, your blood, your sweat, and your tears into. Instead, may these runes enhance the weapons you have created and represent the unison of your group and my people.
Your aid is greatly appreciated, my lady.
She explains the process. It's exceedingly simple for you as an artificer craftsman. You basically are going to spend 10 minutes, and bam, the enchantment will transfer from the rune to the weapon.
Is that permanent?
It is permanent. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Good info.
This cool runestone system is something I totally made up myself, and I didn't lift from Pathfinder 2 at all. Okay, just want to put that.
They can't track you. They can't track you.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, it's like a gold mine over there. It's just a fucking gold mine of good ideas. Oh my god.
I found oil. Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of how it feels. I was like, man, Barnabas is gonna nut his pants when he finds out about runes. Oh my god. Yeah.
Delia will kind of like look up and she'll say, this is a most gracious gift. I have a question, and it is not pertinent to our victory, but it is nonetheless a request that this would be the only place I could imagine asking. As you have noticed, she just kind of just gestures to herself. Travel has not been without its prices, both one lost and myself maimed. I'm sure there are some in your kingdom who have undergone similar injuries, considering your extravagantly long lives. I don't know if you have any magic or materials that you could gift us. I know Barnabas has mentioned blueprints of an idea, but something that we could make so that I can function normally again.
OOC, what is causing you to not function normally?
Oh, that I'm missing an arm.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. All right. She looks at you, and she says, my dear, your strength runs deep. You are connected to the mountains of this land. You are their voice and their power. You are the stars above. And according to your new ally, a master of flames as well. I will be honest. When one of our people loses a limb, we arrange a hunt of the Hydra, that we might consume of its heart and regrow the missing limb. It is not a magic that I practice. ... which is to say, she may have multi-class and doesn't have access to them higher level spells, you know what I'm saying? And then she says, but we have those who could work the living wood that may be able to assist you, but the process takes time. Are you willing to stay here? Perhaps to rest and craft and resupply while the procedure is done? It shouldn't take more than 2 days. You have worked hard, fought harder, and traveled far. If you push yourselves this hard for too long, you may be your own worst enemy. Sometimes all one can do is stop and rest. OOC, any Curse of Strahd players that just heard that, please take that to heart. Please, for the love of God, take that shit to heart.
Yes.
Please. Okay.
Like here in Red Handed Doom, time is not in our favor.
Barnabas, who has all of his fucking libs, he says, fuck you, let's go! Alright, so you guys
What is
can
this
think...
concept you
I'll
call
buy you a
stopping?
new one.
You guys, oh my god. You guys can think on this, because we are actually at time. So you'll have until next week to figure out if you want to take 2 days, which would be plenty of crafting checks for a certain somebody to make, or a lot of certain summaries to make. You have you all technically could be doing some crafting or some downtime stuff in a day or 2 days to kind of prepare for your journey.
Oh, yeah.
I know there's a temptation in a game with a timer to just go hard the whole time, but there is a certain amount of benefit to preparing. So
I think the last thing, Orion will kind of turn to the Queen and say, "I will accompany your Rangers to Red Rock, ensure that they see."
And your assistance will be greatly appreciated. During that time, I will have our Beast Hearts teach you a new technique that may come in handy. She gives you a wry smile.
Shit.
He nods,
Nice.
and then turns to the group. As I stated before, I cannot travel to the Thorn Waste with you. From what I've learned, the Ghost Lord, his favorite animal used to be the lion. And thus, if Claude is ever within any proximity of them, I fear he will wrest my bond away from him and turn him into something that is no longer himself. And I cannot take that chance.
You're just gonna crouch down to be at eye level. This will be the first time we haven't traveled together in a long while.
It
I have to
has.
promise that you'll make it back.
Same to you.
Dalen's gonna run up, toss Orion in the air, catch him, and squeeze him to a tight hug.
Squeaky toy noise.
I'm gonna miss you so much, buddy.
I'm gonna miss you too, Thanlin.
Try not to get eaten. Please, please.
You know I can't guarantee that, but I'm gonna try my damnedest.
You better. And just because he'll give you a rally.
It'll last for the few hours.
Take this
ever
while you
since.
go.
Look, the moment I don't know what is gonna happen to you, okay?
Oh,
Yeah, I guess Jurt will tuck an extra healing salve in your pocket.
Appreciated.
Barnabas goes up to him and embrace. We go for like a tiny predator handshake, you know, where you grab the forearm.
Aw.
You and your
That's
you-
adorable.
Like, oh, I love it, I love it. You guys are doing it, but like the audience has no idea what's going on, and then the cameraman doesn't know what's going on, and the cameraman sees it, and there's like a real sloppy, like fast zoom to try to catch like the handshake because it's so fucking small, and it only catches it right as you finish. Yeah.
and I say you and your companion will be missed, but I understand why you made this decision. I would do anything to protect my companion, and I can't fault you for making the same choice.
Raedriar would approach.
Okay.
Only after Layla. If Layla did.
Oh, Layla, do you have any goodbyes or encouragements or advice?
She's definitely not definitely 100% not just trying to make sure she doesn't look emotional.
Mm-hmm.
Which is her way of saying goodbye without saying goodbye, is that she's just kind of giving you that nod and that look that you've known her enough to know that if she goes up and says anything, she's probably not. It's gonna come out very sloppy and awful, and probably with a little bit of crying. So she's just kind of giving you a nod from afar.
I think Orion's gonna take pleasure in that and actually walk up to you and kind of just like put a hand on your thigh and be like, "I'll see you in Brindle."
Yeah. Brindle. Later.
Don't die.
Pro
That's
tips.
hilarious.
Your wisdom is ever useful, Raedriar.
Fucking mummy, don't die.
If you return to your home and it is razed to the ground, know you are not the first.
That's it.
Well, it's not a competition.
Well,
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn, man.
Looks over to Drellin at that.
if that is the
Oh.
case, then as sad as it is to say, I believe the boat would take pleasure in delivering vengeance upon the Red. And I will avenge them if that is the case. But they are hardy. I know they would find a way to survive.
Vengeance is cruel, selfish, and single-minded. We need to seek war. Cut them down little by little. Cut down their dreams and their flesh. Do not be blinded by vengeance, my friend.
Understood. And then I think the last thing is that Orion will kind of walk over to Rafina.
Understandable. As you head towards Rafina, Raijin approaches and says, "Hey, you little fuzzy testicle! Listen, I heard you're going to elf camp. I can't blame you. It's pretty spicy. In your absence, don't worry. I'll fill your slot. These sloppy cunts you call allies, I'll have them whipped into shape. And when we meet you in Brindle, you'll barely recognize them.
It fills me with joy to know that you will be by their side.
Fantastic. It will stop right there.
And then he walks around him slyly, goes over to Rafina, and will take out the corn husk doll that he had gotten a while back, and will just give it to her and be like, keep them safe in the Thorn Waste. And that's essentially me passing my player token over to her.
Okay. I thought we could leave everybody terrified that you were going to play as Raijin, the New Jack Diplomat, but okay.
I cannot fill those shoes that you have made.
No. I mean, you wouldn't do it. You would still do Rafina, but they'd have a whole week to sweat having to deal with this guy as the player character. Oh, okay. Anyways, all right. Yeah, we're at time. I hope everybody had a good time. If you want to know why she was such a total bitch to all of you at the very beginning of the negotiation, it is because she was in a seat of power and had the opportunity to be rude to you, and you did not have the opportunity to be rude to her, and her intention was to put you guys off your game so that you could not out-negotiate her in what was happening. Because allies are allies and all that is great, but it's always better to be in command of the conversation and the narrative. That's just, that's how diplomacy sadly works. So by sort of pointing out every single folly, every single mistake that you made, her intention was to sort of devalue and take some of that away from you. You guys were coming in after doing so many heroic things, saving her people and all that. She just wanted to kind of knock you down a peg or two before the negotiations really got underway. So hopefully it was not taken as a personal thing where I, the DM, was like, y'all motherfuckers fuck it up. That is just her style of diplomacy as a Fey adjacent creature. Just sort of, try to take every advantage she can, especially in a social encounter. So, all right. I hope everybody enjoys their Saturday. There's a bunch of stuff going on. I don't really want to do any announcements. Have a great weekend. The end.
All right. Thanks,
It was so much fun.
Thanks
Yeah.
for joining.
Thanks, man.
Fire session.
See you next week.
And thanks everyone for tuning in. Catch you next time.